Good afternoon. I'll call to order our special meeting of the Planning Commission joint meeting with the City Council. I am Mayor Wayman Furman. I will be chairing this meeting. Can I have a roll call, please?
We'll do City Council first. Councilmember Holmes.
Present.
Councilmember Miller.
Present.
Councilmember Ramos Amit.
Present.
She is present on Zoom. Mayor Pro Tem Ortiz is absent, and Mayor Wayman Furman.
Present.
And for the Planning Commission, Commissioner Lopez.
Present.
Commissioner Franz.
Present.
And let's see, who else do we have? Chairperson Isiano.
Present.
And we have Vice Chairperson Rodriguez Ceja and Commissioner Esperanza Valdez absent. Thank you, Mayor.
Great. We'll move on to the next item, which is the Pledge of Allegiance. Would our city manager lead us in the pledge, please? All righty.
You'll place your hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Item number 3, public comments for items not on the agenda. Do we have any public comments?
I do not show any hands raised, and I do not have any slips.
All right, we have no public comments. Next item is a study session. 4.1 is review and receive input regarding the draft cannabis ordinance. And starting this off will be our city manager, Brian Montgomery.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have many words other than thank you for your patience as we continue to discuss this important matter. In fact, the many times that you've discussed this indicates how important and how thorough you've been in evaluating whether moving from the existing ban and moratorium on cannabis to perhaps some regulation. And what a great opportunity to have the Planning Commission here because they will also play a role and a component of this, assuming that you and they decide to go forward. So we have enlisted the assistance of HDL, consulting company that's been very experienced in these matters throughout the state of California. And with us is AJ Kaluri again. AJ was with us some months ago, and he will guide us through a PowerPoint presentation. I believe initially he has more to present, and then there'll be comments and questions after. There's also some mapping that will turn some time over to the community development director at the very conclusion of the presentation. Of course, the city attorney and myself might chime in from time to time. We hope it's that open, free dialogue, Mayor, where we all can kind of provide input, a little less formal than the regular city council meeting or a planning commission meeting. With that input, it's time to move forward one way or the other. So with that, AJ, I know you're going to be able to share your screen and present away.
Great, thank you. So I'm about to share my screen. Can everyone see that presentation?
Yes.
Okay, great. So thank you, Brian. Again, my name is Ajay Kaluri, and I work for HDL Companies. HDL is a municipal consulting firm that works exclusively with public agencies to design and implement local cannabis regulatory programs. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today regarding the draft commercial cannabis ordinance for the city of Indio. So this first slide provides a quick recap of cannabis policy development in the city. To date, there have been 3 formal study sessions on this topic. First in November 2019, where the City Council was provided a high-level summary of the cannabis industry. Next in November 2021, which covered local market demand. And finally in December 2021, where the City Council provided initial direction to create a draft ordinance. That brings us to the 4th study session today, where I will be presenting first draft of the cannabis ordinance to the City Council. Before I go into details of the ordinance, I do want to emphasize that this document represents a first draft subject to revision. Every aspect of what is being presented today can be amended by the City Council and therefore should be viewed as a work in progress, pending further City Council discussion and community input. So before going into detail on the draft ordinance, this slide summarizes the proposed process for adopting a local cannabis regulatory program. The first step, initial policy discussions, has already been completed in prior study sessions. Step 2, which we are on today, asks City Council to review and provide input on a draft regulatory ordinance. In step 3, the regulatory ordinance will be updated and resubmitted to the City Council for formal adoption. In step 4, the Planning Commission and City Council will adopt a zoning ordinance, which will focus exclusively on allowable zones in the city where cannabis businesses may operate. In step 5, after both the regulatory and zoning ordinances have been approved, the City Council will adopt a resolution creating the policies and procedures for businesses to apply for a cannabis license. The policies and procedures will set forth the total number of available licenses, along with the application process for determining which businesses will be selected to obtain a license. Finally, step 6 will require the city manager to design and publish application materials, at which point the city can begin accepting applications. With all of that said, we are currently in step 2 of this process, so the remainder of this study session will focus on specific provisions included in the draft regulatory ordinance. This slide provides a high-level summary of key provisions included in the draft regulatory ordinance, which I'll go into in more detail in subsequent slides. First, the ordinance will repeal and replace Chapter 123 of the Municipal Code, which currently maintains a ban on commercial cannabis activity. Second, the draft ordinance will permit retail activity only and maintain a prohibition on cultivation, manufacturing, distribution, and testing locally. Third, the draft ordinance establishes sensitive use buffers, including schools, daycare centers, and youth centers. Fourth, the ordinance establishes minimum regulatory requirements for all retailers, including security, record keeping, signage, odors, customer access, and other best practices. Fifth, the ordinance requires businesses to enter into operating agreements with the city, which will establish minimum community benefits and fees that are mutually agreed to by all parties. And finally, the draft ordinance authorizes the City Council to adopt key policies and procedures by resolution after ordinance adoption. Although the ordinance permits cannabis retail activity only, there are 2 categories of retail license types that it will allow. First, storefront retail businesses, which are open to the public for on-site retail sales. And second, non-storefront retail businesses, which are closed to the public, but may deliver cannabis goods to customers at their place of residence. The total number of available licenses within each category will be set by the City Council by resolution following adoption of the ordinance, with one caveat, and that is that the ordinance would establish a maximum and minimum range of storefront retail licenses that the City Council could allow by resolution based upon the current population of residents. In the draft ordinance, that range is set to be 1 storefront retailer for every 15,000 to 25,000 residents, which translates to anywhere between 3 to 6 storefront retail licenses based upon current population estimates. HDL considers this range to be in line with what other cities have allowed, but ultimately we recognize that this is a policy decision for the City Council to make, and therefore we defer to you on where the range should ultimately be set. The ordinance creates buffers between cannabis businesses and sensitive uses, such as schools, youth centers, and daycare centers. Buffer distances are initially set at the state default of 600 feet, measured from the property line of the cannabis business to the property line of the sensitive use. City Council can add to the list of sensitive use buffers or extend their distances based upon local preference. However, before amending the state default buffers, it's important for the City Council to first consider the impact that any adjustment may have on the total allowable area where cannabis businesses may locate. Therefore, to help guide the discussion of sensitive use buffers, city staff have prepared a zoning and buffer map, which will be shown at the end of this presentation. The proposed ordinance includes strict operating requirements for cannabis businesses. These operating requirements are in addition to statewide regulations, which are adopted by the Department of Cannabis Control, which serve as the baseline for all cannabis businesses operating in California. Operating requirements addressed in the ordinance include odor control, age verification, signage, record keeping, and inventory tracking. The ordinance limits hours of operation from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. The state does authorize local jurisdictions to extend retail business hours to as early as 6 a.m. and as late as 10 p.m. So these operating hours may be adjusted at the discretion of the city council. On-site consumption of cannabis is strictly prohibited. Criminal background checks are required for all owners and employees. Each business is also required to employ a community relations contact to field complaints from the community and respond in a timely fashion. The ordinance proposes robust security requirements, including perimeter lighting systems, limited access areas, 24-hour video camera surveillance, on-site security guards, panic buttons for employees, emergency response protocols, and alarm systems monitored by third-party security companies. As a condition of operating in Indio, the ordinance requires cannabis businesses to enter into operating agreements with the city prior to obtaining a permit. While the ordinance does not specify the exact terms to be included in the operating agreement, standard agreements adopted by other cities typically include a public benefit fee charged as a percentage of gross receipts and other terms identified on this slide. The operating agreement would be presented to the city council for approval after businesses are selected through the application process. The application process itself would be established by city council resolution after adoption of the regulatory ordinance. HDL recommends that the city council adopt the application process by resolution rather than hard coding it directly into the ordinance to provide the city added flexibility when developing the selection process. As a result of this recommendation, the study session for today is not designed to facilitate discussion on the application selection process, recognizing that it will be a topic of discussion in future meetings. With that said, I will now turn it over to city staff for a visual presentation of proposed cannabis sensitive use buffer requirements. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen and turn it over to city staff.
Kevin Snyder, our Community Development Director, has been working with some of our GIS team to help provide some maps to help you see the impact of what these sensitive uses will be. Again, as AJ indicated, state law provides for a 60 or 600 foot buffer from sensitive uses, and those are defined as AJ indicated. That seems to us to be reasonable, but we wanted to make sure that you saw the impacts of different distances and buffers. So Kevin, if you'd like to walk us through that.
Thank you, City Manager. Good afternoon, Council and Planning Commission. As the City Manager indicated, this is the portion of the discussion today where we wanted to take the Planning Commission and the City Council through a discussion of what Jay referred to as previously as the sensitive use buffers. And he mentioned, I'm just going to reiterate them, schools, youth centers, daycare centers, all of which will be shown on the map. We're going to walk you through. In addition, you're also going to see parks. One thing that you will not see, but it has come up in previous discussions, is churches. And if there is interest on the eventually on the part of the Planning Commission and the Council, but particularly the Council, in looking at churches, we can certainly do that. Staff, if there is interest, staff would be recommending that for churches that are in primarily commercial areas, that a buffer may not be necessarily applied because those are commercial areas, but in areas that are primarily residential where churches are. So for example, the area west of where we're sitting today, in the neighborhoods west of City Hall and downtown, those areas might be appropriate for consideration of some sort of buffers. Another point before we jump into the mapping exercise is you're going to see that the downtown area is included in this mapping exercise. However, we will be recommending that the downtown area as defined by the boundaries of the downtown specific plan be excluded from any cannabis-related activity. Ultimately, that is a council decision with input from the Planning Commission, but we did want to just let the council know that although it's shown on the map, it will be staff recommendation that the downtown area be excluded. So with that, I also want to thank Tony Sturgill, our JS coordinator. Tony has worked very quickly to put together this map and has done a great job. And he's going to be driving and I'm going to be talking. So we're going to start today by going with the most extreme buffer. We have 4 buffers to show you. The most extreme is 1,500 feet. So with that, Tony, if you'll bring up the 1,500 foot buffer. Now, what you see by this buffer is that a 1,500 foot buffer from all the sensitive uses I've just described encompasses a very large part of the city. It significantly reduces and limits the available areas for cannabis-related activity. Any questions at this point, or just keep going? Okay. So now we're going to move to the next buffer, which is 1,000 feet. As you can see from this map, still very impactful, but we're starting to see more areas that are potentially available for this type of activity. Then we'll move to the next buffer, which is 800 feet. Again, we're starting to see a much clearer map. We still have areas that are impacted, but you are seeing portions of the city, particularly North Indio and portions of the Highway 111 corridor in our city that are starting to become much more potentially available for this type of activity. And then we'll go to 600 foot. And this map, which as the city manager noted, is at the minimum state standard. This shows that at that 600 foot standard, there are options, greater options throughout the city of this the potential for cannabis related activities, of the retail related activities that Jay referred to earlier. So this is what staff believes is appropriate. It's the state standard. It provides flexibility in terms of locations, and it also, we think, provides a balanced opportunity for the council ultimately can consider both the number of licenses and their appropriate locations. So with that, I'll stop. I don't know if city manager has any additional comment he wants to add.
Well, perhaps while we're on the map, Mayor, we could kind of focus on these sensitive uses, knowing that it's both a planning commission and council discussion, and then perhaps go back. AJ's still available. City attorney, myself, and Kevin could answer some of those other questions that might exist with regard to the regulatory ordinance and the process. So while we have it on screen, if we wanted to get some input, Mayor, and you could help guide us on what the thoughts are between those variations. What you have here is what the state has set for.
So right now we're looking at 600 feet buffers, and I think it's a great idea to have the planning commission here for future planning, for reference, for their eye on certain things. I'd like to pass it over to our chair, Isiano, so he could, maybe confer with his committee on some of the insight, and then we'll come back to the council and continue that discussion with the buffers and actually sensitive use as well.
Yeah, I have a question, and then we can also go to our other commissioners and see if they have any thoughts. But are there any cities currently in the Coachella Valley that are going beyond that state requirement of 600 feet, using a larger buffer of 800, 1,000, or 1,500 feet? Cities such as that are allowing cannabis, like Palm Desert or Coachella or Desert Hot Springs. Is anybody beyond that 600 feet already, or is it pretty much standard guideline to follow that state mandate?
Thank you, Chairperson. We actually have several of our neighboring cities that are actually below that standard. This is a newer standard, but for those cities that had an earlier start on this, for example, Palm Desert has a 250 foot buffer. The typical is 600 foot. And I apologize, city manager may have to help me. I failed to bring in the reference document. I just realized that.
It is a great question. And we had staff research with at least the Valley cities. There's a little bit of variation. Again, as Kevin indicated, some of these came before that state designation of the 600 feet, but generally Palm Springs is generally at 600 feet. Palm Desert generally at 1,000, though, as Kevin indicated, some are at 250. Right. Cathedral's at 600. Coachella's at 250 as well. But again, they came in before the state parameter. And Desert Hot Springs is at 600. So you see a pretty common adherence to what the state has indicated. Palm Desert's probably the only one that went beyond on some of these distances, and they're at 1,000.
Okay, yeah, it's really interesting to see as we go through each visualization of the buffers, how much more room we get when we get to 600.
And again, it is important to note that while the other entities around us may have had the opportunity to go below the 600 foot based on when they entered into the marketplace, for the city of Indio, the floor, if you will, is 600 feet. So we have to start there. And then certainly council ultimately with inputs can decide if they want to go beyond the 600, but you can't go below it.
At any point, I don't know who this question would be appropriate for, but do we have any thoughts of in the future opening up some of the other options, cannabis options like cultivation or manufacturing, or is it strictly going to be retail for the foreseeable future?
We did a great question. Again, we discussed this at a couple of the previous council study sessions, and maybe I'm being a little bit defensive of staff and our capacity to deal with such a broad and difficult issue. If we started with retail, which was our recommendation, we felt like we're kind of getting a feel for what's going on. It is the most marketable. HDL is more doable because of the market. HDL has indicated that the market is saturated in many of these other areas. Yet retail, as he indicated in one of those study sessions where he showed you how few retail outlets there are in the valley, is still very viable. So I guess the recommendation, though, Nico, it certainly can be different, is to start with retail, get our feet on the ground, understand it, get the retailers on board, and then the next step would be to consider these other cultivation, maybe the micro businesses. There are some labs and some other opportunities. Though, again, we hear that's saturated.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to hear from some of my fellow commissioners, Commissioner Franz or Commissioner Lopez.
You know, if I could interject for a second, before we move on to the rest of the commission, we do have a public comment on Zoom. So I'd like to get the public comment first, and then we'll open it up to the rest of the commission. My apologies, Chairperson.
No problem.
Here we have Anna Gaeta. Anna, if you can hear me, you have 3 minutes for your public comment.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council, and members of the Planning Commission. My name is Ana Gaeta, and I'm with United Food and Commercial Workers Union, Local 1167. Our union represents over 10,000 cannabis workers throughout the country, and locally, we are proud to represent the first unionized cannabis shop in the Coachella Valley and also in the inland region. On January 28th of this year, over 1,200 workers at Stizzy and Authentic stores throughout the state of California voted to approve their first contract and join our union. This contract includes a starting wage of $17.50 per hour with additional premiums based on job classification. And we were also able to negotiate wage increases every 5 months, paid time off, workplace protections, a generous sick leave policy, guarantee of hours, and a retirement plan, among other benefits. So I highlight this because these are the types of family sustaining jobs we need to create when developing the framework for the cannabis ordinance or resolution, as I'm hearing now. Therefore, to ensure that this industry is safe, professional, and sustainable, we believe that the following should be included. And just a note, these are things that we have commented on before during previous study sessions. So first, a labor peace requirement for operators with 5 or more employees. So the state of California does currently require that any cannabis operator with 20 or more employees enter into a labor peace agreement with a bona fide labor union. So having a lower threshold for labor peace ensures that more workers are given the opportunity to organize their workplaces and choose freely whether they want union representation. And having a union in this new industry creates an added level of protection both for workers and the employers themselves. So our union members are trained in health and safety. They follow rules that are clearly outlined in contracts, which translate into more stability, less turnover, and more safety. And we have worked with cities like Palm Springs, Coachella, Catiro City, and Corona to lower their threshold. Finally, we also strongly recommend that the city awards its license to those that care about the community and follow through on labor standards. And for transparency and fairness, we do recommend a merit-based point system to award licenses to good employers that are committed to the city in the long run. A strong merit-based system would award points to operators that pay living wages, provide access to healthcare, show that they do not have a history of labor violations, have plans to mitigate noise, smell, and other community concerns. And then most importantly, points for operators who have signed collective bargaining agreements, also known as CBAs. As we continue through this process, you will hear that many operators commit to paying a living wage, and then unfortunately we see that they don't end up following through. So if we award points to those companies that already have CBAs, we can ensure that we bring in the best employers who are truly committed to our community. So thank you for bringing us together to continue to have this important conversation. And as this process continues to move forward, we look forward to being a partner with everyone on this. Thank you.
Thank you for your insight, Ms. Gaeta. I do have another present speaker, Mr. Kenneth Churchill.
Good afternoon, Council and Commission. I just had two things I wanted to comment on. My name is Kenneth Churchill. I own West Coast Cannabis Club. I have a few locations here in Coachella Valley. One of the things I wanted to clarify just from a buffer standpoint as it comes up is that as far as the state's concerned, the 600-foot buffer only applies to K through 12 schools. So when we talk about 250-foot buffers and things like that, that's usually in reference to youth centers, daycares, or parks, which there are no actual buffers as far as state regulations are required from those sensitive uses. The K through 12 schools are 600 minimum anywhere in California. Even if you're grandfathered in, you won't get a state license if you're within 600 feet of a K through 12 school. It's parks, youth centers, and daycares where cities don't even have to have buffers on those. It's up to them on whether or not they'd have to have their own buffers. And a lot of the times those buffers are different. So for a lot of cities, it's 600 from schools, and then it'll be 250 feet from daycares, youth centers, or parks. So that was just for clarification. And then the second one that I wanted to talk about is the notion from HDL that Indio should not look at things like cultivation because there is too much cultivation in the state of California. This is a very large state. I don't really know that what's happening in the rest of the state of California is very relevant to us here in Coachella Valley. If cultivation is the right thing to do in Indio, it's the right thing to do. If you have buildings right now that aren't being used, if you are able to bring more power to your city because you have cultivators who want to come in here and help you put in new transformers and bring in power and do those things, I don't think that you should cut out cultivation entirely just because there are 500 farms up in Humboldt County, which makes it look like there are too many farms in the state of California. If anything, there's more retail stores centralized in Coachella Valley than anywhere in the state of California. And so if we're going to look at there being too many businesses, it's retail where there's too many businesses, not cultivation. And there's not even enough retail. So I just don't think that that's actually a very valid argument at all. I think if cultivation is something that you want, I wouldn't weigh in what's happening in the rest of the state. I would just get good regulations for what's right for your city and move forward and with that in mind. So thank you for the time to speak today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Churchill. Ms. Sanchez, do we have any more?
No, I have no further comments, Mayor.
No further comments? Okay, well, now we will go back and open it up to the Planning Commission for questions and input.
Okay, I guess it'll be me. I think the one thing, I really like the map, but you mentioned adding neighborhood churches. Is there a map that shows what would happen to the 600 feet if we did that?
Not yet. If the direction is we're compiling that information right now, and we are, I think, just about complete with that information, and then we could map it if that's the consensus and the direction that we receive to add them. And again, the real intent behind differentiating between neighborhood churches, to use your term, Commissioner Franz, versus commercial area churches is to recognize that those are primarily commercial areas, and establishing buffers in primarily commercial areas where churches happen to be located would, in staff's opinion, not be necessary. Right. But in the neighborhood areas where you primarily are surrounded by residential land uses, it would be appropriate. So we would go through that effort of then delineating down to those residential areas if, again, that was the consensus we received.
Can you pull that map back up for the 600 feet?
It is on my screen. I'm looking at it.
Oh, it's not on mine. Sorry.
There we go.
There we go. Back. Thank you. Okay, so all of the areas that I see that are in yellow, those would be areas where it is authorized, or is that areas where it is not going to be allowed?
So that's the 600-foot buffer. So within the confines of that buffer area,
There can
you would
only
not be allowed.
You would not be allowed. Okay.
Correct.
All right. Okay. Based on the comments from our speaker a little bit ago, do we know how many cultivations we have on maybe more of our side of the valley? I know Desert Hot Springs probably has quite a bit. I'm just curious where HDL came in with that being maybe oversaturated.
Perhaps Jay might be appropriate to respond to that. I'm not aware of the actual number. Coachella does have cultivation facilities, but I cannot tell you. Perhaps if the city manager agrees, Jay could respond to that.
Yeah, AJ, it's a slide I know you provided the last couple of study sessions. I don't know if you have it handy or if you just want to speak to it verbally, this issue of saturation or not.
Yeah, so I don't have the numbers offhand right now. There is a state licensing database where we can get that number for you as a follow-up. I do want to clarify, though, that the direction to look at retail is based upon, first and foremost, staff's ability to be able to implement an ordinance quickly. It would complicate things to look at the other license types, particularly because of a CEQA analysis that would be required. There's less of an impact for retail businesses and more of a potential for environmental impact through the other uses. So it would take longer to adopt an ordinance. And I also don't want to suggest that if the city were to open up the ability of cultivators or manufacturers or labs or other license types to operate locally, that the city wouldn't attract those license types. There is every possibility that it would. I just want to caution that it's not like it was 2-3 years ago, where just the act of opening up the market will attract businesses. We have worked with cities recently that have opened up to those license types and not received any applications. So it's not a matter of saying that you won't receive applications. It's just not, there's not as much of a desire or the number of applications that are received for those other license types compared to retail, where there's still significant demand for licenses.
Okay, that makes sense. And just one more question. When we were talking about the maximum and minimum number of retail spaces, we were talking about 3 to 6 based on our, population. And that's nice because as we grow, of course, that could change. And the question was the delivery, non-storefront, was that also going to be part of the same 3 to 6, or was that going to have a different number of establishments allowed within the city?
Perhaps.
AJ, you best can answer. That's a great question.
That's a great question.
I know.
Yeah, so right now, the way that the ordinance is drafted, and again, it's all subject to change pending direction from City Council, but the way it's drafted currently is that only the storefront retailers would have a range, and that range is set on population, and it translates to somewhere between 3 to 6. Storefront retailers do not have a range mandated in the ordinance. However, both license types would be subject to adoption by City Council resolution. So after the ordinance were adopted, you would then be asked to approve a resolution, and that resolution would establish a number. So if there's a desire to set a cap on delivery retailers, you'd have the ability to do that as well. It just would not be within, it wouldn't have to be within some range set by population.
Perfect. That's what I needed to know. Thank you.
Great, Commissioner Fons. Commissioner Lopez.
Yeah, I just wanted to see if there is any kind of language when we talk about the use of sensitive buffers, such as churches and daycare facilities and schools. From what I kind of understand, just kind of churches, what is defined as a church? Is it something that's like operated like throughout the day, for instance, like OLPH down the street? That's something that's pretty much operated 9 to 5 or 9 to 8. But there's other small churches that are maybe meet once a week or after hours. And I'm just trying to see is there going to be language to determine what is a full-time church or is a part-time church? And also I've watched other cities with their buffers and sensitive uses. When we talk about schools and daycares, are we also looking at public versus private use? Because there's sometimes where a dance studio can say they're a school, but it's a private use for their business. So I just want to kind of bring that up because I've seen that with other cities, such in Palm Springs and Desert Hot Springs and Palm Desert. So when it comes to those, are we going to look at defining that as well to make sure that if there's a church that's like operating one time a week or one time a month, would that be I'm looking for some language to make sure. And then the other question is, and I'm talking about oversaturation. I kind of disagree with that. If you go down, not to my friends from Palm Springs watch this. If you go downtown to Palm Springs, there seems to be an oversaturation of retail. And kind of looking at and learning from that, I really would like to see us perhaps maybe look at moving and maybe starting with some cultivation and manufacturing. Since we did at one time have an enterprise zone in the city, and we do have some industrial areas in Councilmember Miller's district and Mayor Wayman's district, but those would be possibly some uses for that. But this is my observation and some of my comments on that.
Thank you, Commissioner Lopez. On the issue of churches, so churches are not within the state specified minimum sensitive uses. So it would be a council with input from the Planning Commission decision to add churches. And as part of that, we could define, to your point about what constitutes a church, we could define that in the regulation document. So it's an opportunity to give context and perhaps parameters to what constitutes a church, or ultimately it could be a very wide open definition. So that is something, if there's consensus ultimately, and then staff will go back, we would work on that definition. We could bring that back at a future date for review, and then also we would update the mapping to demonstrate how that might impact available locations for currently being discussed retail. So that's something that we were looking for your consensus on, if that's something you want us to ultimately do.
And I can answer the question about youth centers and what that means and what it excludes. And the definition does not include your ballet studio or your music or your art studio or martial arts or studios of that nature, or private gyms, pizza parlors, dentist office, doctor's office that primarily serve children, athletic training facility. What it would include a youth center currently is it is defined as a private or a public facility that's primarily used to host recreation or social activities for minors. And that would include, but not be limited to, any type of social service teenage club facility. If we had, and I don't know if we do, but video arcades, some cities have those where there's 10 or more video games or machines that are operated where minors, are legally permitted to conduct business there. If there is a facility that has youth activities, that's 60% of the time in a calendar year. If there are private youth membership organizations or clubs, it would also encompass as well parks that are and playgrounds and recreational areas that are specifically designed to be used by children, that has play equipment installed, and any kind of athletic activities such as baseball, soccer, basketball, whether it is on private or public or city or county or state grounds. So hopefully that helps.
I guess what I'm trying to think in my head here is like, okay, so for instance, like the Boys and Girls Club, that would be considered a youth center, right? But like, for instance, a dance studio down the street
would not be considered a youth center.
Would that be considered?
No.
Because it's like very few hours, but I'm just thinking if they were to challenge that at the city and say that they were a youth center. So there's language in our
language in there that would not include that type of ballet or dance studio.
Okay, because it's privately run business?
Well, it's not necessarily that it's privately run. It's the fact that it's transitory in nature. It's not a facility that's dedicated for youth, such as a children's park or the Boys and Girls Club.
Got it.
You know, you may have yoga for moms at, you know, in the evenings and ballet for the 3 and under set, you know, during the day.
Okay. Thank you.
And I might jump on Commissioner Lopez's questions regarding retail. I think we could acknowledge, like in any retail sector, there may be some in other communities. However, there's a site-based point of sale impact when purchases are made in Indio. So we have some of our 90,000 residents shopping at those facilities in downtown Palm Springs. We'd rather have them shop here should cannabis be approved here, and that the sales tax be kept here in Indio. So that's, you know, survival of the fittest, so to speak, with regard to the market. But we know right now our consumers are taking their tax dollars outside of Indio. And quite frankly, that's one of the main reasons I think this is worth considering.
And City Manager, if I could, I also want to really highlight the fact that passage of a retail ordinance does not preclude City Council through a subsequent ordinance allowing any of the other license types. So acting on this ordinance does not prohibit in any way the City Council in future meetings, future discussions from allowing any of the other use types as well.
Great. Does it answer your questions, Commissioner? All right. Well, I believe that's all for the commissioners that are present, correct? And so we'll move on to the council. And if anyone wants to jump in, the floor is open. Or Councilmember Miller?
Yeah, I got a couple questions. Thank you for the presentation. I don't have a problem with the buffer, and I don't have a problem adding churches. There just needs to be language to it to make sure that is. There are a lot of startup churches inside the industrial areas and commercial areas. You see it all through, you know, like where the old TKB was. I don't know if you can classify that as a church. I mean, as a church, yes, but I mean, as an area that is unsensitive because they are in an industrial area next to auto dealerships and everything else that goes in there. So I think you might want to look at how you do that. It'd take a big group of our available spaces out. I'm not against going further later. I'd rather dip my toes into this thing first, just like we did first, figure out where the opportunities are and what we need to look at. But when you say daycare centers too, are we talking like youth daycare centers? City Attorney, I'm talking about like, you know, we have a lot of mom and pop. Some of the stuff we did during our CARES money went to, you know, a lot of these daycare centers that are in people's homes. Do you classify those as daycare centers that would, because they're doing it during the day or doing the other stuff, would that classify it also as an opportunity?
I believe, and I'll check that it's, we classify it as a commercial daycare center, not a family home daycare.
Okay. I want to make sure they're protected and Jackie, you can jump in when you want to. But I also want to make sure that we're not limiting where we need to be in terms of opportunities, because I don't want them all congested in one area either. I think it needs to be kind of spread out. But the last thing is when you're looking at the buffers themselves, I know you're talking about areas of concern. When you look at the buffers and you start to expand it out, you got those little pockets in between, but does it have any of the areas that are like industrial? I mean, a lot of the areas that you're talking about to me look like they're schools or our local parks. There really isn't that much in there that's different, is there? And in our marks here, I mean, this is very limited for the city of our size. When you're talking 600-foot buffer, I mean, it's 1,000 feet from our house on interest when you're looking at financial interest, in that 600 feet doesn't seem like that much.
Well, and if I could interject, Mayor, if that's okay, 600 foot is the floor, as I mentioned earlier. So the council ultimately in your decision-making capacity with input, as you deem appropriate from the commission and or the public, can determine what the appropriate buffer is. What we're hoping today is that we do get a consensus on what that buffer might be so that we can move forward, whether it's 600 or 800 or another number, so that we're in a position to continue to move this discussion forward. Just to, if I could, council member, I agree with you in terms of your thoughts spots around the churches in industrial areas, or and I think that's the intent of why I try to differentiate between those that are in primarily residential areas versus those that might be in more commercial or non-residential areas. And the intent would not be to necessarily focus the buffer around those areas as much as it would be around those primarily residential areas.
And then one last thing is, so when you're also talking about, now we set these buffer zones, and now let's say that a daycare center wants to come into an area that already has a cannabis retail shop. Will we allow them into that area in that buffer after that, considering we don't allow that buffer? Or would they be prohibited from coming in because, as a lot of things happen, you let them come in and all of a sudden they start to complain about the people there and the other stuff going on. So would it work the opposite way, where once we set those buffer zones and we say we have 6 actual sites for retail, would they not be allowed any of those sensitive other businesses to then be allowed into that area because it is already a pre-existing buffer zone?
City Attorney, do you want to take the lead?
I'll try. So essentially what you're saying is that if an area is zoned to allow the retail use, what happens if a commercial daycare comes in?
Well, let's say we have a buffer. Let's say this is a cannabis retail store, and next door, all of a sudden we have a retail shop or a child daycare center wants to go in there and puts it in full bore. It's now within the 600-foot buffer zone, but the retail store was there first. Does it exclude other businesses that are sensitive that now you can't put a retail shop in there for cannabis? Is it the opposite way when they want to come in when the existing cannabis building's there?
I would say, and I'd ask AJ to jump in if I'm misstating it, I would say that if the retail cannabis use is already in there, meaning that it's fully licensed, up and running, et cetera, and a commercial daycare decides to come in, then it's not as if we are not going to kick out the retail cannabis.
No. What I'm saying is we allow the daycare center, because now you're putting them in a spot where people would be saying, well, there's a daycare center right next to the other one. What's the big deal? Or if they start to complain, the other business starts to complain about the activities at the retail, would they have a problem? Now we have a problem we've created because we set a buffer and then we allowed a different business to be in that zone.
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think I could respond with how other cities handle that situation, recognizing, though, that the city council, of course, can set a different standard for Indio. But the way other cities handle it is the buffer is considered at the time that a cannabis business applies for a license. So when they apply, the Planning Bureau checks to confirm that there are no sensitive uses around where they're applying for. And if there aren't, at that point, that location is eligible to move forward. And if any sensitive use opens up from that point forward, the cannabis business is considered grandfathered or a legal non-conforming use, which means that that sensitive facility can locate, if they choose to, next to a cannabis business. It's the choice that they're making at that point forward. But if another cannabis business wanted to move in, then they would not be able to move within the 600 feet of that new sensitive use. So it's at the point that a cannabis business applies, they either approved or not. It does not prohibit a sensitive use from locating next to a cannabis business because that's a decision that that business is making. But once a sensitive use is created, it then creates a buffer so that future applicants cannot locate next to there. Again, though, that could be handled differently in Indio, but that's how I've seen it handled in other cities.
Well, you handled that pretty good. I was rambling on about it.
No.
But that's exactly what I was worried about, because I don't want to limit the opportunities of other places. We're limited to our buildings and opportunities. And if there's a nice building, but they are willing to go next to it, would they be able to do it, was what I was trying to get at. And you're telling me, yes, if we allow that, they're exempt, they're grandfathered in for the opportunity.
And just to, I think, expand on what AJ or Jay just said, that is ultimately a council decision. If you felt that, for example, just to use your example, that there shouldn't be any daycares within 600 feet, no matter who came first, you could make that decision as a council. But what Jay is sharing with you is the common practice that his company and himself have seen, which to me, that was going to be my response as well, is that I think that's probably the base level legal way of looking at it. And then there is some discretion ultimately for the council to exercise if you want to pursue additional.
Yeah, but that exercise of discretion though needs to look at the fact that at some point in time that business vests.
Correct.
And so it becomes a little trickier when you move the point in time when we check off the box that they meet the zoning.
Yeah.
So it does get a little bit more complicated, but it's something that we can look at if you'd like us to do so.
And most of this is going to be in the facts of what we write down in the actual resolution to make sure that we're concise of where it needs to be. So there isn't any gray areas. Then we'll have to redefine it, obviously, as time goes on. So I'm fine. Thank you.
I got to piggyback off of Councilmember Miller's comments. Commissioner Franz has a question.
Yeah, just I understand where we're going with not limiting someone coming in once they know that this use has been allowed. So my question comes to what happens if that particular cannabis business fails and they close and they leave, and now there is a youth daycare center in that, then does that now
It takes over,
it takes over and takes precedence, and a new one cannot move back in?
If you're saying, Commissioner, as I understand, that the existing cannabis business goes out of business,
right?
There is an existing commercial daycare center, for example, that exists in the same complex or location, and there is a proposal to bring a cannabis business into that vacant space. The buffer would apply,
and it would say no.
And if it was within 600 feet, then they would have to look for an alternate location.
So it would realign the 600 feet.
Yeah.
Every new one. I just wonder, the legal non-conforming, there is kind of a traditional 6-month hiatus.
In this case, the ordinance provides for the abandonment of a permit at 4 months.
4 months.
When the business has not been in regular and continuous or operation.
So how does the whole alcohol ABC, because this is what this sounds like, right? You apply for a liquor license and it's within 300 feet. You can't have one within 300 feet of a school or so on and so forth. So it would seem to be, we would sort of have a similar precedent with that. How does that work? If you've applied for a liquor license and you're outside the 300-foot range, but somebody then a school wants to move within that range, for instance, or daycare center or a youth center, whatever, it's allowed. Sometimes it comes to council, right? When we have X number of licenses, because I'm going back, I'm looking on Jackson, we have X number of licenses that should be allowed for liquor or wine and beer, whatever, alcohol, and it comes to the council for approval. If we want to extend that, would this not be a similar?
I think you correct me if I'm wrong, but I think with the liquor license, there's different types of licenses.
Sure.
So there's on-site, there's purchase, there's both, and I think that would be a little different, right?
Yeah, this would not be similar to that. This would be a hard rule with respect to a 600-foot buffer. Depending on whether that cannabis business leaves at some point in time, and if there was a sensitive use that happened to move in, during that time, that cannabis business's use, then it moves the buffer, of course. But there is no exception or deviation or finding that you can make like we do with the alcohol, where it's oversaturated in the census tract, and you can make a finding. And I forget exactly what the finding is.
So it's public convenience or necessity.
Necessity finding. There is no such finding in this case. And the other thing to note is that, opening up a cannabis retail business is not like opening up a dress shop. There are a lot of state regulations with respect to the type of equipment and security and other things. And so it is a type of business where there is expense with respect to upgrading the facility, and that will take some time as well. So it makes sense that, one is vested at that point in time. Correct. When they apply.
Okay, so from my perspective, my biggest concern are kids and youth, K through 12, youth centers, Boys and Girls Club, whatever. That's my primary concern with a buffer zone. And frankly, I would do 1,000 feet where it involves kids just to be on the safe side. But I think that sort of then precludes, if we're going to move forward with this, it precludes then potentially a cannabis facility to move in. I am cautious of having retail cannabis and just industrial. I mean, you look at retail stores in different parts in different cities and they're mainstream. And I know for whatever reason, which I'm curious, we said not in the downtown, but that is a retail area. There are other retail areas out in front, wide open to the public that I think that's the area once we've dealt with the buffer zone around anything that has to do with kids and to some extent churches. I think that the retail and with the parameters that we have set forth, it's a retail site and it needs to be in the mix. That's just kind of my 2 cents. Mike, and I would like to take it one step at a time and start with retail. My concern with cultivation at this point in time is the power that it requires. I mean, we are having a heck of a time getting power. We can't get power to get existing businesses and stuff up here and moved forward because we can't get enough power. So I think we need to figure out how we get power before in large quantities and in short order before we look at cultivation. But somewhere down the line, right, that there's a path. And let's start with retail. Let's put it in wide open areas. Let's ensure that retail property is nicely aesthetically pleasing, that the appropriate security is there, which we've all outlined, and then in future years, then we can consider, cultivation and any of the other things that we might want to have here. But we got to get power here first. To me, that's the most important thing on the planet is our ability to capture power and get our power company to put in substations.
You guys want to jump in down there?
One question, Councilmember brought up a good point. Have we also looked at possibly like renewable, like how other cities are doing it, especially if we're looking at cultivation or manufacturing? There's some ordinances, and like for instance, I don't know why I keep using Palm Springs, but they require some of their buildings to have renewable standards. Also, with the special filters for odor control. I know I'm kind of jumping around, but I don't know if that's something we're looking at, and that could probably kind of answer some of the power transmission issues to that.
Well, and I would note that for the current staff recommendation, and again, and that's ultimately council's decision, is to focus on retail only. If at some point there was an interest in pursuing cultivation or manufacturing allowances, the council at that time could certainly consider whether they wanted to place some sort of renewable standard for the operations of that. But again, what's before you today is focused on the retail only at this time, and that again is the staff recommendation. As I think the city manager used the term, dipping our toe in the water, so to speak. We feel that retail is a good place to start, and if over time there's a willingness and an interest on the part of the city council to pursue those other areas, then certainly we can look at operational parameters such as the commissioner noted.
Councilmember Amit, would you like to weigh in?
Thank you, Mayor. It's kind of hard to make a decision with just looking at a bunch of circles on a map without really knowing or being able to see what's in the neighborhood. I do agree with at least the 600-foot buffers for retail establishments. I don't know how we could incorporate places of worship since they seem to have migrated into the industrial areas. And I wouldn't be too concerned with childcare providers because they're located in residences where potential retailers would not even be looking to be permitted. So bottom line, I'm okay with the minimum 600-foot buffer. to start out. We haven't made any decisions on volume of retailers or any of those factors. So that gives me plenty of time to sit down with this map and take a closer look at what other areas might be impacted by our policy. I think that's it. Thank you, Mayor.
And we will email this map so you can kind of do your zooming in and out after the meeting.
Yeah. Thank you, AJ, and thank you, Mr. Snyder, for your presentation. Thank you for the work on the map. This is a big help for us. As it pertains to the buffers, I want to go back over the regulatory requirements for security. Its detailed security requirements include exterior lighting systems, limited access areas, 24-hour video surveillance, security guard licensed by California Bureau of Security and Investigative Services, panic buttons, emergency response protocols, alarm systems monitored by licensed security companies. Those are a lot of security measures that will be that have to be put in place for these businesses. And so I don't see that having a 250 buffer near maybe a church, if we're going that route with places of worship, is not off the table. I think 250 is fine for those areas. If we start going beyond that, we're going to tax and buffer ourselves out of the market. And if we're going to go into this market, and as we refer to as a normal business, I want to get there. It's not a normal business, but we need to try to get there. And I want to really reiterate that. Other thing I like to ask the commissioners and the council, not to answer, but to take a visit to some of our local cannabis retail businesses and some of their cultivation businesses and manufacturing. So you can actually see the operation and the security measures and how secure these businesses are. I've been to a few of them in Southern California recently. And if anybody could change their mind on this, like I have, having worked law enforcement and having to arrest folks for minimal amounts of cannabis, I think we could turn the corner on this. Our council and city has been spinning our wheels on this for a few years now, and staff time is precious. So I hope we move forward with the churches. If we have a buffer of churches, 250, K through 12, is a state requirement. So that goes without saying. And if we go beyond that, like I mentioned earlier, I think we're going to buffer ourselves out of the market. If we have 5 to 6, that was a discussion, 5 or 6 retail, right? And if we go beyond that and say parks is not on this list. But if we go beyond 600 or beyond parks, that's going to limit some of our commercial as well, as I'm looking at the map. And so parks is not a requirement, correct?
You're correct, Mayor. We did show, however, parks on the map, so that what's represented here for the 600-foot buffer is inclusive of parks. You see the green areas that they're outlining parcels. Those are park areas.
Correct. So, but what I'm getting at is parks are not a requirement by the state.
They're not a requirement. That would be an add-on, as for example, if churches was the consensus. So parks. Well, let me clarify. Actually, parks are included. The city attorney read the definition. And there is a inclusion. If maybe she would want to reiterate that.
It's only an inclusion for parks that are primarily designed for children,
right?
Not necessarily,
general purpose park.
General purpose park. So that would be the installation of equipment and, if we have baseball diamonds, things of those sorts. And I believe, Kevin, this map does provide the buffer.
Do they smoke pot?
Right.
With respect to parks.
We classify the majority of our parks as general purpose parks because they're multifunctional. But as the city attorney said, if the park facility was designed specifically for children, and that was the only intended use, then that the definition that the city attorney just read would be applicable. But our parks are broad general purpose parks. I think the city manager wants to.
Well, I know time is short. The definitions of use center were broadened a little bit in the proposed ordinance. So when this regulatory ordinance comes back to you, because it appears there's interest, you'll be able to play with that definition a little bit. Right now, we did add parks in, while as the speaker indicated, that's not the state requirement. So we did add a few things. Churches would be another, perhaps at not a 600, but a 250.
Yeah. The reason why I say church is at a 250, and that's a perfect segue to my next comment is our downtown area. what's considered downtown for one, and for two, why not downtown? This is, I mean, I don't want to saturate our downtown with retail cannabis, but I don't want to prohibit it as well.
So Mayor, the downtown is defined by the downtown specific plan, which is 140 acres. And it's the map that the council may or may not remember. When we adopted the downtown specific plan, we showed a boundary for where those regulations and standards were applicable to. So that is what we're calling the downtown. Again, that is a staff recommendation. If ultimately the desire is to look at allowances in the downtown area, that is ultimately a council decision. I know we're short on time, but I think it would be helpful for continuing to move forward if there is consensus on a buffer, whether it be across the board 600, which is what we recommended, or a differentiation between 600 and, to use the mayor's example, 250 for certain uses, and also whether there's any consensus on whether there is a desire to add churches to the mix, which would be not required, but optional.
Optional. So let's start with this one. The state requirement says school providing instruction in kindergarten in any ages 1 through 12, whether public, private, or charter, including preschool, transitional kindergarten, and 12. That's included. So I don't really think we need a consensus on that. That's what the state says, right? Correct. 600 feet. So unless we were going to add on to that, that would be.
You could.
I'm not saying we want to. I'm just saying unless we were going to.
Correct.
So I think I'd like to open it up now for 600 for schools. I think we all understand 600 is a state requirement. Now, before we move forward, does anyone want to talk about adding more? Okay, so we're at 600 there now. As far as consensus, we talk churches. We have churches downtown area. We have churches in commercial. We have folks who have church in their front yard, and that's true. So what's considered the church, right? A place of worship. So we do have place of worships in our commercial area, in areas. So do we want to add churches to our buffers? Did anyone want to weigh on that?
Well, I don't want them to be 600 feet. I mean, I think because of the preponderance of churches, and as Commissioner Lopez says, some meet once a week. Some are essentially adult, some have kids. I mean, I'll go for a reduced, that 200 or 250 foot buffer around a church. So that would be my 2 cents.
I'd concur with that, and I would say that we exempt anything that's in commercial or industrial areas because they're concentrated in there.
I'll agree.
And so those are opportunities I think that would be lost if we did. So especially if we ever do decide to expand, we have an issue with that. So I would say 250 feet on churches, excluding industrial and commercial areas.
Okay,
I think that's good.
Okay.
Yeah, that's exactly what I
That's Commissioner Franz concurs with Commissioner Miller. Councilmember Miller, excuse me. And I do as well. I think 250 is fine, but I want to exclude commercial because I do think we have a potential to expand into cultivation, manufacturing in that area. And I know that we were industrial. Yes, I know we weren't going to touch on that now, but permits and licensing as well. I mean, that's something that I would agree to open it up to that now. Not to say that we're going to have folks who are going to come in and cultivate or open a distribution site in our city because we don't have the capacity, we don't have staff, but those permits ultimately come to the city for approval, right? So we don't have to approve it. We could tell them, you know what, we're not ready yet. We don't have that capacity, but in the future, then we're going to have to revisit this again. Let's start this whole process again and spinning our wheels in cannabis. So
if I can respond to that, and that what you're speaking of is cultivation.
Yes, cultivation, manufacturing.
And so the ordinance is set up that those items can be permitted, not in the future. The way it's set up is that it defines commercial cannabis uses as all of those things, but then has a section that says, however, these are the only uses that are permitted, and that would include your storefront retail, your non-storefront retail, and then your out of city driving delivery. If we add those other uses in, then we will have to do a full CEQA analysis. And we will also have to do a much more sophisticated zoning analysis as well. And as it is, so that you would know, because I asked our consultant this, from soup to nuts with respect to this, before you see the very first retail license, it could be
a year,
15 months. Yeah. And so, if we're looking at regulations with respect to those other uses, it will be a longer process.
Yeah, I mean, the process, I mean, we're looking at a year timetable anyways, right? Yes. And we're working on our power issues with our partners. And so we're going to be, if that was the case, if we were opening up, it's going to be a year and a half to 2 years anyways. So we'll be revisiting this if that, that's not the direction we're going to go.
Yes.
But that's fine. It's everything's subject to change and it's up to council.
Yep.
Right. Okay.
Mayor, if I could ask just one clarifying question.
Absolutely.
We had talked about, we have shown parks on the map, and we're talking just general purpose parks. Is that something that, and that's voluntary, is that something that there's interest or consensus on having on the list of sensitive uses? This would be city added, just like churches.
Is it on this 600?
It's not currently. Right now, it's just what the draft ordinance provides is only for the parks for the kids.
Correct. This will be general purpose parks.
General purpose. I don't think so. I think if we start doing general purpose, we're going to buffer ourselves out of the game, Okay. And I mean,
we can always go back.
Yeah, and everything's subject to change. But like I said,
great.
If we're going to do this, we're going to do it right. And it's not about the bottom line, but it is about the bottom line. It's about generating tax revenue. And if we want the businesses to come, we have to lay the groundwork to make a shovel ready for them to get here.
So if I could summarize, Mayor, because I know we're running out of time, 600-foot buffers for schools and all the other state sensitive uses, 250 for churches, but exempting commercial and industrial areas, and no application of buffer to general purpose parks.
Yes.
Okay. Great.
And that buffer would include a commercial daycare that's licensed by the state, county, or city. And the youth center, as I defined.
Yeah, it's okay. On there. Yeah,
great.
And I just to the city manager, I really like to revisit the downtown recommendation. I know it's a recommendation by staff, but I like to revisit that. I know
there is some irony just right now because a new daycare just knocked out the downtown, but that could change.
Yeah,
but it's just if you do 250 feet, 600 feet, it's quite a ways away. Right?
Yeah, but I think the daycare.
But does the daycare even fall in that?
Yeah, I will confirm that when we bring this regulatory ordinance back, we can confirm, and it'll be very easy to excise the downtown or put it back in.
Yeah.
So, and that would be our next step, Mayor, is to bring back that regulatory ordinance. There is a zoning ordinance. It's a companion ordinance. There's some other steps. The Planning Commission will see that. So you'll have another bite at the apple again in this study session, getting these details so we can present you something that's a near final.
Great. So as far as that,
just real quick, I just want to confirm when we're talking about the 600 feet, schools are required by state law.
Correct.
But the youth centers and daycare centers are not. Those are something that we are doing. Yeah, but are we keeping that in or are we taking?
So you have schools, youth centers, and daycare centers that are the state designated sensitive uses.
Okay.
And so that minimum floor of 600 feet is applicable. And then the other uses that we've talked about, the churches, that's voluntary. And then obviously you excluded general purpose parks.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay. And that's as far as the buffers. I don't know if there's any.
No. That's great.
Yeah, thank you. That's great input. We're ready to bring back something to you that you can take formal action on.
Yeah. I think we're good. Before we adjourn, I since we have the Planning Commission here, I know we're not getting to anything else, but I really want the Planning Commission to focus on the signage as well. The Planning Commission has a great eye for that, and I travel in some cities, and I just don't want to see big green plus signs everywhere. I want it to look nice. I want it to be high end. So I really hope that the commission, when this stuff starts to roll down, you really use that fine eye on getting us some real nice facilities here.
And Mayor, just to note, we will be addressing that. And Jay has proposed some signage standards, for lack of a better word, in terms of what would be appropriate and consistently applied. So that is something that is being looked at.
Great. And Like I mentioned earlier, I know we have a operator here that's local in the valley, has a business in Palm Desert, and I'm pretty sure they'll open it up to any council member or staff member who would like to take a visit there. So I have no further. Yeah.
Oh, it's great. I haven't been.
Yeah, so the time is 1600. Actually, I'm sorry, I'm on military time. I had to use that at work. It's 4:16, and we're gonna adjourn this study session and give folks, yeah. Sure, after they clear the yeah. And I'd like to thank the Planning Commission for being part of this with us, and our consultant as well. I think we're gonna get there. Thank you. Appreciate it.
I thought we were all done. Thank you.
Oh yeah, we're done now. But,
This was great. I
yeah.
did enjoy this.
Okay.
It was fun.
I forgot about closed session, so. Council meeting. Ooh. Mayor Wayman Furman, I'll be chairing this meeting. And can I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Holmes.
Present.
Councilmember Miller.
Present.
Councilmember Ramos Amit.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Ortiz
Present.
and Mayor Furman.
Present. We do not have one for the invocation, so we will skip that item. We'll move on to item number 3, which is the Pledge of Allegiance. Chief Washburn, would you please lead us in the pledge?
Place your hand over your heart. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Amen.
So now we'll move on to item number 4, which is City Attorney Report on closed session. Do we have a report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We do not have a report. The City Council met in closed session and there's no reportable action.
Great. Now we'll move on to item number 5, which are presentations. 5.1 is a presentation by Greenleaf Energy, owners and operators, Desert View Power in the Coachella Valley. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. We have with us tonight, this evening, Mitchell Martin, who will be presenting some information related to Greenleaf Energy. Supervisor Perez's office had requested that we provide this opportunity to them so that you can be informed of this activity that's happening in the valley. So, Mr. Martin, if you'd like to proceed, we're ready.
Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate the introduction. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I do appreciate the opportunity to present on behalf of Desert View Power. I'd like to take just a moment to introduce to you who we are as a business and as folks who live and work in your area. So in short, and just before I start, in case there's any issues, can you all see my screen and hear my voice?
Yes.
Perfect. Thanks very much. So I've got my contact information here. If there's any questions after the fact, you're welcome to reach out to me directly. But in short, Desert View Power, or DVP, it's a renewable energy power plant. We're located in Mecca, just a few miles north of the Salton Sea. We do a lot more than just make energy. So our facility's been around for about 30 years. Some of you may have ever heard the name Colmac Energy. That's how it was begun. I will say many people do think that the plant makes cornflakes for cereal. I hate to disappoint you, but that's actually not part of our business line yet, but we'll never say never, so who knows. We're fortunate to be situated on the Cabazon Band of Mission Indian Reservation, and we've certainly appreciated their partnership for the many years. And just kind of for a sense of scale, you hear about a power plant, you see a number on the screen, 50,000 megawatt hours each year. What does that really mean? Just sense of scale, DVP creates enough energy each year to power approximately 2/3 of the homes that are in the Coachella Valley. So pretty significant to the region. So we're a responsible user of this woody material. Each year we take in about 360 to 390,000 tons of woody material. This is really from regulated, permitted facilities and agricultural fields. We have state-of-the-art pollution controls at our site to reduce the emissions. And just as a side note for residents in the area, you're welcome to bring woody material to our site with no tipping fee. So, that may be the prunings from a tree, or it could be the 2x4 offcuts from a project, but that material can come to our site. We have a public drop-off area that the scale attendants can direct your residents to. So we source material from the area that you'll see shaded green here on the chart. In short, our energy is created here. Our energy is used here. We support the local grid from a reliability perspective. We're on the northern end of IID's territory, and our folks, all live here. So really for us, DVP is a real part of Southern California. Now, you may be wondering about the material. What is biomass? It's a term that we use a lot. You see a number of examples on the screen there, but most of our material is really the construction and demolition debris or agricultural waste. And really the key driver here is this material doesn't have another home. And I'll touch on that more in some coming slides, especially around SB 1383. So we're really proud of our workforce. We strive to be an employer of choice in the area. There's actually an update that's a favorable one since I created this slide. I need to make some adjustments here, but we've added 2 more to our staff or hourly employees. So we're up to 28 now. Our average annual salary is about $89,000 a year, and compare that with the median salary in the city of Mecca, which is about $24,000 a year. So, we really want to take care of our folks. In addition to our staff, DVP brings in well over 100 jobs each year, most of which are local to that area. So for about 30 years, the facility started up in 1992. We've been making payments to a lot of entities such as CVAG, South Coast AQMD, Riverside County, and many more. And just to note, we pay well over $7.5 million each year to local contractors, labor, and fuel suppliers. Now, we are a power plant. We have many eyes on us all the time from a regulatory perspective, EPA, South Coast, and many others. Now, for us, that's not an issue, and we welcome that. We're proud of our compliance record. We work hand in hand with the agencies. EPA was actually just out at our site in November for an inspection with South Coast. No issues were found. So, that is something that we work diligently towards. So as I mentioned earlier, our feedstock is local and it really doesn't have another home. That's especially true as of January 1. SB 1383, this material can't go to a landfill any longer, really in an effort to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in the region. So for us, our concern now, or one concern, I guess, for the area is that will mean a greater increase in illegal dumping and open burning. And that may not be happening as much in Indio, but in the surrounding region, if that's occurring, then that will start to impact the air quality and just the overall quality of life. So for DVP, we're really a responsible and efficient, cost-effective alternative for that material. And it's a great way for jurisdictions and residents to comply with SB 1383, to meet the greenhouse gas targets from California, and for us, just really to create and support local jobs and electricity. So again, I've got my contact information here. Happy to answer any questions now, or am open to any questions from you or the public in the future. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Do we have any questions or comments for Mr. Martin from the council? Yes, sir.
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Martin. So you're talking about the waste that comes in. Do you get it from the county? You said you have an association with them. For their landfill, do they divert it? You're quite a ways out, so landscape trucks and other stuff going there, it's quite a haul to do it. Do you charge a tipping fee to them, or do you get a lot of your stuff from the county itself and being trucked over from there?
Yeah, we do get material from the county. We actually will pull from as far as San Diego and Los Angeles regions sometimes. And so, from a logistics perspective, yes, we do have the trucks coming our direction. There's kind of different ways that we structure a contract. Usually it's kind of a fuel, the transportation costs we split with the supplier, or there's different arrangements that we have. But I'm happy to put you in contact with our fuel supplier or our fuel procurement manager right now, so that we can make contact with the right agencies, especially as you all are looking to move that material.
I know there's quite a few landscape companies in Indio and through the surrounding areas that are dumping their stuff at the waste. And if they can bring it over to you and be utilized for a fee, I'm sure we can get to a lot of them to make sure that they convert it over to you. Sounds like a better opportunity, not only for the environment, but also for power and energy. So thank you.
Absolutely. I can, if you reach out to me here, I'm happy to provide contact, and, we can make those right connections.
I will make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell, for your presentation. And I'd just like to add that I had some business dealings with your company there, working at my institution. There's a point in time where I was in charge of evidence at my institution and the purging of evidence. So I would periodically go out to your Desert View Power and purge some of my narcotics at your facility. And the first time I contacted you guys over there, they said, well, how much do you have? I showed up with a van and they were like, well, that's it. And so it was just a very dynamic operation. If you're on the property, that's a very high tech, I believe it's 13 stories where I had to climbed the stairs and dump my stuff in this chute that has this fire and these shears and very just dynamic. And so I've been out there a couple of times. I had my hard hat on and we went out early in the morning, and we appreciate what you do for our community. And it's just, if you have a chance to check it out online, or if you, I don't know if you do tours, it's just a pretty cool place to check out and watch the operation, how it happens. So thank you for your presentation.
Yeah, thank you very much for your time. That's it's quite a process to see when you're up close and personal.
Yeah, very. So, okay, we'll move on and continue to present our presentations. Item 5.2, presentations of new employees and promotions. City Manager.
Yeah, Mayor, if you'd like to join me, and maybe perhaps the whole City Council, we'll call these new and promoted members of Team Indio down for a nice photo and some recognition. So I'll take the stage down here.
I think we all can fit down there. I've been working out, so I'm slimming down a little bit. We call come down.
Great.
Yeah.
Great. So this, you can hear me? Is that right? I can't hear. We had this great opportunity to serve the community in Indio as a member of the team is not only a privilege, but a great honor. And we have some new members of the team that have come on board. We'd like to recognize them formally here in front of everybody, including those on Zoom, and it'll be recorded for history. And then we have some other members of the team that have been promoted. So I'll start first with the new hires. And of course, all couldn't make it to be here with us this evening. But those that are here, as I call your name, could you please come down? And we'll hold the applause because I'm sure there'll be a lot of that until we've got them all down here. But in our community development department, we have two new members of the team. First, Clementina Barragan, if you'd like to come down. Clementina is an administrative assistant in our community development department, and Alyssa Suarez is an associate planner. And these are employees that have joined the team just in the last 2 months. Also a receptionist greeter, Erica Garcia, and Marixa Rios that are here present with us as new hires. Not sure I saw the others that have joined the team, but Brian Guadron, Anna Escobar Duarte, William Myers, don't see, Joshua Rendon, Javier Estrada, I don't see, and two new police officers that have come on board recently, Russell Petticourt and Daniel Torres. So let's give these newest members of Team Indio a hand. Mayor, if you'd like to say a few words welcoming these folks to the team.
Oh, absolutely. Just welcome to the city of Indio. You arrived at a beautiful, perfect time. We have a lot going on, a lot of moving pieces to this vehicle, this machine we have going on here. We are a team and we're team winning. We're winning in Indio. So welcome to the city of Indio.
Thank you. Right. Are we skipping? Are we?
I'm moving there now. There we go.
You see us all? All right. Great. Thank you again. Welcome. So as I mentioned, we have a number of the members of the team, and again, gratifying. These are existing members of the team, but based on their performance and expertise and capacity, have been promoted to new positions. So again, we'll ask you to come down. Ray Traco is our new IWA General Manager, been promoted to that position. Rio Score, IWA Program Specialist. Rio, make it. Josue Birete. Gloria Hernandez, Bianca Orantia, Bill Evans, Gabriela Torres, some of our PD team, Liberty Urban, Hector Orozco. Sure. Yeah, everyone knows our height. And Anisha Koyanagi are here. Again, we have some others. Well, Francine Archuleta, didn't see come in. Melissa Wise, Fernando Ruelas have also been promoted. I mentioned Ray is our general manager. Rio is our water program specialist. Josue is a senior customer service tech. Gloria is now our Senior Water Management Analyst. Bianca is our Public Works Administrative Coordinator. Bill Evans is a Code Enforcement Officer 2. Gabriella is an IPD Records Specialist 2. Liberty Urban is our new Finance Manager. Hector is our Senior Accountant, and Anisha and IWA is Senior Account Tech. So this is the team. Let's give them a hand. They're our newest promoted members of the team, right?
I'm newly promoted as well, right? But like I mentioned to our new staff, this is what got us to that point of we're moving and we're headed in the right direction. It's these folks right here. And when I'm out as your mayor, and I'm pretty sure Councilmember Miller and Holmes could second this, you are the ones who make us proud to be mayor in the face of the city when we're out there in the community. So thank you for the hard work that you do. We're only as good as our team, and our team is you. So thank you.
Well said. I'll give a half the mayor.
He takes up some space.
Thank you. Let's give him a hand again. Thank you.
That microphone right. Thank you. He's busy. The city.
All right, so we'll move forward to item 5.3, Fiber Master Plan Midpoint Update. Ian Cousins, our IT Director.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Ian Cousins, your Director of IT. As you may recall, the City of Indio contracted with Magellan Advisors to create a fiber master plan for the City of Indio. Tonight, we've invited Magellan to give you a brief update and answer any questions you might have regarding the fiber master plan and where they're at. And with that, I'll turn that over to Jory Wolf from Magellan, who will give you the presentation. You should be on Zoom. Oh, we're bringing him in right now. And Preston. Jory, you're up.
There you are. Thank you, Ian. And good evening, Mayor and City Council members for the City of Indio. The Magellan Advisors is very honored and pleased this evening to give you an update on the Fiber Master Plan. This is a mid-project update that we will be presenting through Preston Young, who is the project manager, and myself, Jory Wolf, the project executive. I'll turn it over to Preston, and then Preston will turn it back over to me.
Thank you, Jory. Welcome. Thank you for having us on tonight. So we'll start off real quick with kind of what the process is that we go through to do one of these types of fiber master plans. The first thing is we have to figure out what are the current needs of the community itself, what are the current needs of the city, what are the future needs going to be of the city? Is there a lot of smart city applications or traffic lighting or whatever? There's a lot of different things that could come up. So it's important that we figure out what all of those are. And then once we figure out what the needs are, we figure out and we try to ascertain what are the infrastructure, what are the different assets that the city owns that we could use, different conduits or building space, right of way, anything that we could probably use to leverage the building of a fiber optic network. Next thing, go through and we try to talk with other private companies that might have some infrastructure, fiber, conduits, other things. But we also talk to counties and we'll talk to whoever is supplying all the water and who's anybody that might have some type of infrastructure within Indio. We find out what they have and then we kind of build kind of a what exists. And then we'll bring in a policy expert, a gentleman that works for Magellan that is very versed in the policies that a city should be adopting to help promote broadband going forward. For example, a dig once policy, where if somebody's going to be digging the right of way, it doesn't make sense to have them put in conduit for the city. Is there policies where if the city is doing work in different departments, are they also, reaching out to see is there any way that they could help promote broadband by doing those different policies that would take place? And then once we find out what the needs of the county, or sorry, the city, the different people within the city, what those things are, and then we figure out what the assets that the city has, what the private priorities have that we could use, then we kind of figure out what are the gaps, what do we need to fill, what needs to be built to make this network functional and make it work. And then once we do that, then we go through the feasibility analysis, which is, it's going to cost X amount of dollars. It's going to, this is what the needs are. This is what it's going to take. And does it make sense? And which makes sense? There's different business models that can happen, and we figure out what the best thing is that makes the most sense. And then after that, we'll go through and we will do the draft report. We work with Ian a lot and with Kevin Schneider a lot on making sure that the facts that we have in there are right. And we're making sure that the needs that we gather from talking to all the different city departments and other stakeholders, that we captured that in a way that the city is happy with. And then after that, we provide the final report and we do a presentation after that. So far as the current and future needs assessment, we've held 7 different workshops. In all the workshops, we've had really good attendance. We've talked to the schools and libraries, businesses, healthcare, transportation. We've talked to some nonprofit organizations. We had a really good discussion with the county IT director the other day, talking with some building associations on how, residential builders definitely need to know how they can promote broadband because it helps sell their homes, and what can the city do, and how can we partner or work with them to get those needs met. There are definitely some issues that we have come up with or that we have found through these different interviewing processes. Reliability seems to be a fairly decent concern and issue that has come up, especially in the downtownish area. And the speeds, some of the speeds are a lot slower than what people are expecting. And there's a couple of areas of town that this is definitely an issue. And one of those is the downtown business district area. And so another thing that we did is an online broadband survey. And so what that is we do an online survey where people can go and they click a link, and they can do it through the city website. And they answer different demographic questions, and they answer speeds and who their providers are. And we are able to get a much more granular view of what is really going on. So as part of the survey that we did, we had 224 total responses. And as you can see by the pie chart, it's pretty much bifurcated in half. You have half the people that are with Spectrum Charter and the other half are with Frontier. And if you look over at the chart, the average download speeds, 179, upload speeds are 184. And then the MRC is the monthly recurring charge. And that average was 87.22. If you look down towards the bottom, you can see the breakdown between the Spectrum and the Frontier. And Spectrum is considerably more expensive than the Frontier that we found so far in the city. The Verizon one, not sure who filled that out, said they had Verizon. Guessing they thought they were still on Verizon Fios that was sold to Frontier. So on this map here, you can kind of, we took from the survey, there's a built-in speed test, and we took and plotted the lower ones, the ones that don't really meet the standards. The federal standard of 25 down and 3 up. And so you can see kind of by the color codes, the darker red are the slower speeds. And when you get to the yellow, it's a little bit better. But right downtown, like where you see the word Indio, like in the downtownish area, there's just red. We don't have any real yellows and stuff. So that's definitely an area that we want to, when we start doing the fiber master plan, that we definitely need to address and figure out how do we get better coverage in that area. So generally, from the survey, unfortunately, this is fairly standard, and what we find more often is the more affluent, kind of older generation, ones that have a little bit better education. They are the ones that typically fill out the surveys online, and they usually have better broadband. Unfortunately, when we start getting into the younger demographics, the ones that are in college or just out of college, one, they might not have enough money to have good broadband, or they just, they're too busy doing other stuff to fill out a survey. So some of that information for the demographics of that type of resident isn't always necessarily found very good. Generally, most of the people are happy with their services. They're not necessarily dissatisfied. They do wish that it was cheaper, especially as you saw on the other chart, that there's a big price difference between the two competitors in town. And the cost per capacity is, so we break that down to what they're paying for versus what their megabit per second contract speed is. And the Spectrum customers pay a notably larger amount. And so, how do we help promote different competitions in some areas to get that to be a much better thing? And also, especially in the central part of the city, that's where the lowest speeds came from. There is no really, really good, like, outstanding speeds that we found in that area. And it's just really difficult. Just quite honestly, sometimes it's really hard to figure out why some of these companies are building those areas, and what can we do, and how do we get that to be in more equal area of town. Jory, your turn.
Thank you, Preston, and good evening again. We also conducted an asset assessment, and we do this because we want to know what assets are available, both public and private. These assets tell us what has been invested in within Indio, and we found that Spectrum covers over 99% of the city, Frontier over 90%, and T-Mobile actually has a home internet service provision, which covers about 38% of the city. Crown Castle has a very small footprint, but really it shows that from a fiber perspective, there really only are two investors, Spectrum and Frontier. In general, we found from the assets that the city is well covered from the three major mobile network operators, Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. And cellular is fairly good, and your LTE, long-term evolution for wireless, is up to par with other cities in Southern California. There does appear to be, like Preston said, insufficient fiber in the downtown, but there's also appears to be sufficient fiber that ensures redundancy for high-speed connections for various internet peering points through Frontier and through Spectrum. We believe that more competition will provide a lower cost and also provide more availability in the downtown. So we are looking and focusing on the downtown areas where there appears to be a lack of access or a lack of adoption based upon cost. So we'll be looking into that in the next half of our study in India. We are going to be looking at other opportunities to bring fiber within the region. We'll be looking at the Coachella Valley Fiber Project, which is a traffic signal modernization project for the Coachella Valley that I'll show you in just a couple of slides, as well as the state open access middle mile network, which is funded with close to $6 billion of funds from SB 156 that was passed in the last budget. The Middle Mile Network provides for $3.25 billion with a B of state money for building an open access network. And I'll show you how that comes into the city of Indio and the region. We're also, I'll be showing you that we'll be looking at CIP projects and development projects, which provide opportunities to build and expand fiber incrementally and opportunistically. California Middle Mile Network, again, is $3.25 billion. It is throughout the state. It's managed by the California Department of Technology and the CPUC. It will be constructed on Caltrans right-of-ways or just off Caltrans right-of-ways. And it will be operated by the Golden State Network, which is an offshoot of Scenic that we all know currently supplies broadband to universities, schools, and libraries throughout the state. You can see here a snapshot of, or a zoom in really, of the area in which the broadband will be introduced as part of the state open access Middle Mile Network. There are other opportunities that are taking place as well, which includes the work that CVAG is doing with the traffic signal system in the surrounding areas. What you see on this map, and we're investigating as opportunities to provide fiber for Indio, is the Golden State Network in green, which is the state's investment using the 3.25 billion, as well as the traffic signal modernization program that you see in yellow and in purple. Those will provide opportunities for Indio to consider using that public asset, not just for traffic management, but also for broadband, for economic development, and for improvements in quality of life, to provide additional competition through partnerships with service providers. And I'll be going into various business models and options for the city to consider in just a moment. But there are, in addition to the state project and the Association of Governments project, Indio itself has a large number of assets that already exist today. In red, you see the traffic signal system, which is being constructed, has been constructed and is continuing to be expanded in the city of Indio. In green, you see the businesses throughout the city, and you also see the street lights in the city of Indio, all of which are opportunities to feed broadband connectivity to city facilities, school district facilities, as well as businesses and anchor institutions within your community. These are all going to be considered and analyzed in the second half of our project and wrapped into a conceptual design and then a pro forma to tell us how they can be used in various business models for the council to consider to move forward by expanding broadband in the community. CIP projects that we're focusing our attention on are these. And you see that there are 5 of them that are in addition to what is being done with the traffic signal network. These, again, will provide opportunities for lowering the cost of putting in broadband because the ground will be open. And while we do other utility work, street widening, sidewalk widening, bridge work, etc., overpass work, that is the time in which to put a new broadband utility into these projects. We have, as Preston said, in our process of reviewing what Indio can do to become broadband friendly, we're looking at your policies for wireless, including 4G and 5G, as well as dig once. Let me give you just some quick definitions. 4G and 5G, whenever T-Mobile or Verizon or AT&T want to put a small cell attachment for 5G or even 4G on one of your streetlight poles or utility pole, that is going to be an alert to your public works folks and your community development planning folks that there will be an encroachment permit that follows, because whenever they put in a wireless site, they need to backhaul that with fiber. That is an opportunity, again, when the ground is open, to consider putting conduit in the ground for the city to expand its fiber assets, to either operate a network itself or to lease to a private provider or to partner with a private provider in provisioning broadband services in areas of need within your community. We're also looking at and have worked with your departments. We've had interviews with all your key departments that could use broadband on introducing government innovations, including smart city improvements in transportation, improvements in public safety, water projects, and others. Of course, we are not leaving out conversations with those in the attorney's office and in your planning department and community development and economic development around development agreements with developers as you expand the city and as you annex for including broadband utilities or assets infrastructure in either mitigations or in your development agreements like you do for street widening, for landscaping of streets, for open space and parks, and other community improvements. We have completed a gap analysis, and our gap analysis tells us that there is available infrastructure that Indio is by part through Spectrum and through Frontier well served. There are pockets that we've identified in the downtown that need attention, and we'll be focusing on that and using the CIP projects, the California Middle Mile project, as well as the CBAC project to see how we can solve those issues. Most residents and businesses are well served. There are some issues with price through the survey data. Reliability is actually satisfactory and is really up to par with what we've seen for other communities within your area. Bandwidth results are showing some pockets, like again in the downtown, where you are less than 25.3, which is a federal standard of 25 megabits down, 3 megabits up. And we need to look at how we can improve that, again, with working with service providers. And also some areas where there's less than 100 megabits down and 20 megabits up, which is a new emerging standard for the state and new grant opportunities through the federal government. I wanted to leave you with a consideration, a business model that we will come back to you with when we present our final report. And that will be in the end of April. We are always looking to work with our clients to understand what role they're going to play in provisioning broadband in their communities, to improve competitiveness, to improve service to underserved, either because of access or because of cost, and so thus lack of adoption. And the role that cities play can be from anywhere from the status quo or policy-friendly implementations like Dig Once and various wireless policies that include provisioning broadband with the city when they put in wireless 5G and 4G systems, to full retail provider. And that would be opening up a utility. We are currently focusing with the city on whether or not it's going to be working with the city being an infrastructure provider, where the city provides the infrastructure, so it's publicly owned and privately managed or leased to the private sector to solve those gaps that we talked about earlier, or through a partnership with a provider who will operate the network, or a new entrant who will include it with their offerings and their investments to serve those areas, those gap areas that we've identified. And so we'll be looking more closely at those with your leadership and with your staff, and coming back to you again in the end of April with our recommendations on which model we believe you should follow. Next steps, we basically are now finishing up the work with connecting municipal buildings, city facilities, and the like, including anchor institutions and also areas of commercial corridors and new development. We're looking at Wi-Fi areas for public amenities, as well as smart city applications for solving community issues and problems, again, through our interviews with the departments and leadership. And also looking at assessing the opportunity for providing broadband in areas of need for lack of adoption, probably because of cost, for MDUs, low-income housing properties, et cetera. Our next steps will be putting together a conceptual design, filling in those gaps where broadband does not exist even after the state middle mile project and the CVAG project and your CIP projects. And we will provide a pro forma for 10 years that shows your CapEx investment requirements and operational costs, if any, based upon the business model, so that you have a good idea of what investments are necessary and, of course, what risks would be incurred at the same time. That concludes our presentation, and we are now open for any questions you may have.
Great. Thank you for your presentation, Council. I open it up. And any questions or comments for the Council?
I'll just jump in. Very comprehensive. Thank you very, very much. This is something that we needed, and having that plan goes a long way. I think I want to be, my concern is having enough broadband for us to be able to bring business industry in, and for them to be able, whether they're engineering companies, architects, et cetera, to be able to share those files, which are usually quite large. So I want to make sure that as we go through this process, we have a robust capability here. But really excellent, and I look forward to future presentations. This is great to see. Thank you.
Yeah, on the same note, I think, you know, if we're looking at bringing in, especially in the downtown area, if we're looking at tech companies or any startups or, you know, programming companies, they're going to need that reliability there. So I'm interested also in seeing what we can do to provide affordable services if we have, like they were mentioning, in companionship, right, with the city and some of these private companies, and seeing if we might be able to provide some more affordable options, seeing that there's only 2 providers here, or you know, any other ideas that staff thinks that we can use to bring more competition or more affordable prices for our residents. I'm looking forward to hearing those options. Thanks.
Great.
Thank you. Very comprehensive. Just a quick question. Would there be a reason why we wouldn't go more with 5G and 4G, working with the carriers for cell towers, especially in the downtown areas? Some of the areas that I see that you have highlighted are some of our newer communities where, you know, Spectrum went in and ran the fiber because they had the whole, like, say, Shadow Hills or one of the other ones. Why would we not have an opportunity to do more of those partnerships?
We definitely want to look at both fiber and wireless opportunities, so we're considering both. We always look at fiber as really the gold standard and one which provides a much faster and more reliable service. But for other areas where it's too expensive to implement broadband, then we always consider wireless, and both are included in our planning.
And I saw that you're working with the CVAG on their streetlight implementation, which is good. Have you also looked at, this could be for Ian too, did you look at the CV Links, which is going to go through the whole city and goes through our canal, and that where we could put down conduit there? They're already opening it up. It's going through the channel, and they're going to have the right of way anyways to do it. We might be able to run that through multiple areas, then which goes through our whole city, and get an opportunity to put some, at least some conduit down, and then give them an opportunity, because it'll connect us in many locations.
Yeah,
so
that's very closely aligned with our Dig Once approach with staff, and we're encouraging them to implement those best practices. We're pursuing all of those options.
Okay, yeah, because it's got, like I said, the CV Links is going to be a long-term project that's going to connect all the cities together, but it runs right through the heart of our canals and all through our storm channel area. They've already got the right of way, so I don't think putting conduit would be an issue. At the same time, a little expense to us, but not a problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good question.
Just a quick question. Before I got on council, when we remodeled the downtown, and this may be Councilmember Miller or Councilmember Amit, I could have sworn we put in conduit and we worked with Time Warner. Did we not put dark fiber in the downtown? I know nobody is here from those days, but I would.
Lupe be the one. Lupe?
Is she on, Ms. Sanchez?
I'm on.
Didn't we put dark fiber in, a conduit and dark fiber in when we redid the downtown?
It was my understanding that we did, but I don't know how we pull up those plans.
Staff has magic tools.
We would have as-bills. We'll check on that.
Yeah.
That would be great.
Great. If there's no further, we appreciate the presentation. The city manager wants to chime in on anything. This is great for our cities, well needed, and I'm looking forward to the next steps. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
All righty. So we'll move on to item number 6, which is report on city council external and internal boards. Councilmember Holmes.
So this will probably be the quickest report because all of my commissions were dark over the last 2 weeks. We'll say a couple of things. One is that we participated again, several of us council members and staff. Thank you, staff. Thank you, Burtech. Thank you, Yak. Just the entire team that was out with the community cleanup last Saturday. That was terrific. Thank you to the Women's Club who was out there, in advance handing out flyers to the local community and like I said, into Burtech. So another successful cleanup of one of our neighborhoods, just helping to beautify and keep Indio clean. And then just wanted to remind everyone of 2 things. One, remember the farmers market Sunday from 9 to 1. It's a little bit of everything there. I really like it. Lots of fruit and vegetables and traditional things, but some great music and other things there. And then the second Saturday of the month is coming up. I know this is only the first Saturday, but the second Saturday you have to put on your calendar. It's going to be a great musical concert night here in the city of Indio. And that's it. Thank you.
Great. Councilmember Amit, do you have a report?
I have no report this evening. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Miller.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I only had one committee that was active, the Sunline Transit Agency. Pretty routine, other than we are in the middle of the labor negotiations. We do have a new union part of it. The Teamsters has come in and they represent a group, so we're negotiating with them budgetary items, and we're still looking for multiple people that want to come work with Sunline. There's opportunities for bus drivers and other indoor services, from customer service to maintenance. So if anybody's looking for a job, Sunline is looking for people that want to come work for them. I want to thank Councilmember Amit and everyone for Thrillville. The parade went off. It's not like we know for the actual date festival, but it was very well done for a short amount of time, and it was very well received by a lot of our residents and the community as a whole. And then last, I want everybody to remember, about a month from now, we're going to have our music festivals. We haven't had them in a few years. About 1,000 people are going to converge on us. And so be ready for that. A little bit of the traffic, a little bit of the noise, and hopefully a lot of money being spent in the city of Indio and the Coachella Valley. But right part, the 15th of April starts Coachella, and then into the 29th and to the May 1st is Stagecoach. So welcome. That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Great. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you all for joining us today for our council meeting. Last week, I attended the WELL conference, which is the Water Education for Latino Leaders, where we were able to study issues of water storage throughout the state of California. I also want to let everyone know that the Public Health Department is planning on lifting the mask mandate for our local schools on March 11th. And that applies to both students and staff. This district is still strongly recommending the use of masks by students and staff to reduce the spread of COVID-19. Some good news. I wanted to congratulate our staff, especially Tim Wassel and our Public Works Department, on getting a new $5 million grant that will be used to beautify Jackson Street from Kenner to Avenue 45. So thank you all for your hard work and for bringing this grant to our community. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Great. Yeah, we gotta take those dollars, right, Tim? I'll start off by giving a report on one meeting that I had. It was a CVAG executive meeting, and we got an update on the Palm Springs Fusion Center. They have the west side of the valley has a center that they have proposed, actually passed, and we got a quick update on that. And we also got approved the reimbursement agreement to the city for the Avenue 50 widening project from Jefferson Street to Jackson Street, the reimbursement to the city. And also we got an update on the CV Link, the Quinta Indio portion that's still under construction. If you go over in that area, you see trucks going back and forth. So a lot of that area is still under construction, but we're well on our way of that connectability in our communities. And CV Link is one of those mechanisms that's going to provide that. Then I also attended the President's Day Parade, and I kicked off with a breakfast with our Date Festival board, our county supervisor, Manuel Perez, our President's Day Grand Marshal, Dodger legend, Steve Garvey, and also one of the highlights of the day, our NFL Play 60 Good Morning America Super Bowl kid correspondent, Aubrey Anaya. She was there as well. She joined me in the parade, and other city elected officials. So that was a great day with the parade and Thrillville. And yes, I had 3 lowriders walking with me, and I had a bunch of kids from Indio High School. So I had a lot of fun. I got my steps in. So that was a great day. And I have had conversations with Supervisor Perez, and they are working on bringing the Day Festival back. So I know that's a great concern. That's one of our traditions is woven into our DNA in the city of Indio. So they are working on bringing that back. I also attended a Shadow Hills High School Knights Parent University meeting where I briefed the parents on events and happenings in the city, and also took on answers and concerns of the parents. And one which was after school transportation and after hours meals with some of the kids who are participating in extracurricular activities after school. And they did want to thank Fine Food Bank for assisting in that, and thank the city for funding Fine Food Bank. They're providing meals for some of those students as we speak. And I also told them I would speak to Councilmember Miller, who sits on our Sunline board, on maybe some possible ways that we could collaborate with them, working on the transportation after school, if that's there. So that's a great event that I had a chance to be part of. And I also accompanied the city manager at a Zoom meeting with Desert Recreation District, and we received an update on the joint agreement and also possible acquisition of the armory. So that's good news. And so there's some things that we're working out, but the armory is sitting there, and it's an old building. It's going to cost some dollars, but we're looking at that as well in partnership with Desert Recreation, along with some of our parks as well. And I also took part in a Zoom meeting with Melissa Carell, who is with the American Cancer Society, and 2 of our local youth leaders, Nadia Zuniga and Josue Mendoza, who's also a sergeant on our Indio Police Cadet Corps, on some of the community outreach that they've been involved in, and also the possibility of tobacco-free green spaces in our city. So we're working on some of that. And that's great work that they're doing as well. So I thank the American Cancer Society's Melissa Carell for bringing that to me. And I also attended the BRAF program, which stands for Building Resilience in African American Families. They had a live museum with the students dressed and as Black leaders in our history, and they memorized their scripts. They did research, and they performed for hundreds of people. And this was an event that was held in Palm Springs. And I told them, I said, I will do anything I can to assist to bring that to a bigger stage. Very educational, inspirational to our community. And that would conclude my report. So we will move forward. And our next item is City Manager reports and information.
Thank you, Mayor. We do have listed on the agenda a matter that I'll turn some time over in just a minute. A few more things, just the exciting activities downtown. As mentioned, we have our second Saturday event coming up on March 12th from 6 to 9 p.m. And then the ongoing farmers market Sunday mornings from 9 to 2 p.m. There's also the Rotary Club of Indio is planning an arts festival of sorts in the downtown on the 26th of March. So that's from 9 to 3. They're calling it the Festival of Local Creatives. So again, I think we're getting a lot of good movement and activity downtown, and more the merrier, and it's a lot of excitement. Glad the Mayor Pro Tem also mentioned this grant. I live in North Indio, drive Jackson home every day and here to work, and the issue of cleaning that up, landscaping, sidewalk improvements, and to know that a grant came about. So again, thanking the Public Works Director, Tim Wassel, and his team, our grant team, on being successful in receiving that $5 million grant. Also, in this chamber, I wanted to make a few brief comments relating to an investigation that has been discussed in this chamber, been on social media, even been in TV interviews relating to allegations made against Chief Mike Washburn, as well as Assistant Chief Chris Schaefer. Any allegations such as those are taken seriously. What is unfortunate is those were aired, and the allegations and specifics and details were aired by other people in a public way. We typically wouldn't discuss these matters in public, but feel because they were discussed here, it's necessary to at least report on the results of that investigation therein. And both Chief Schaefer and Chief Washburn have given me permission to disclose the results of that investigation, which are that they were cleared of all wrongdoing and the allegations were not sustained. I think that's important to state publicly, in part because of what was stated here previously by others. We look forward to continued stability and success in the Indio Police Department. To that end, I sat down with Chief Washburn and encouraged him to make a commitment that he could be with us for at least another 5 years. And he has agreed to that. We have a great opportunity in front of us. There's a bright future in Indio, as we all know, as the mayor just said and repeated. The Indio Police Department has a bright future, and we know where the leadership is, and we know where we're headed, and we look forward to continued success. So I wanted to make sure that was on the public record this evening, Mayor. So with that, I would turn some time over. I think we'll start with Kevin Snyder, our Community Development Director. We just want a quick briefing and discussion regarding our CBDG funding as we prepare for some hearings in the next couple months.
Thank you, City Manager. Again, Kevin Snyder, Director of Community Development, Mayor, members of City Council. It's that time of the year again, if you will, to talk about Community Development Block Grant funding. I'd like to invite Jesus Gomez, Housing and Neighborhood Services Manager, up. He's going to make a brief presentation. We are hoping to get some consensus this evening to continue on a productive timeline. But with that, if Jesus will take over. Sorry.
Thank you, Kevin. Jesus Gomez, Housing and Neighborhood Services Manager. And I wanted to pass the baton to Yanel Ramirez, who's the management analyst that provides a lot of the support to what we do and I do in our division. But I'll really take it from here. I'll give her a chance maybe to discuss these matters that we go forward, like in future public hearings, to give her an opportunity to highlight what she does for us. Do you have the presentation? Do you have the notes? You want that? Yeah. I'm old fashioned. I'm trying to use a mouse instead of this laser pointer here. I'm dating myself. Yes, thank you very much. So it's time once again to consider and get input from the council at this point on potential uses for our next year's CDBG funds. I know that traditionally we've funded a series of activities that provide funding to our local nonprofits. We also do public infrastructure and neighborhood revitalization. And so what we want to share today is a plan that departs slightly from it, but it still addresses the needs of our community and our nonprofits and our neighborhood. So just for housekeeping purposes, we have not received an allocation announcement from HUD as of yet. We usually do receive it by this point. We typically get it in late February. They're slightly delayed. And so the guidance to us is to assume that we're going to get a similar allocation to last year, which is roughly $875,000. So when we look at the funding scenario that I'll be presenting to you, we assume that the allocation is going to be $875,000 for next year. Be aware that once they make an announcement, the funding would be adjusted upward or downward, and it could slightly affect the activities and the funding levels. But as our director mentioned, we hope to get consensus, and we're going to get to that final slide to see if we do get what we're seeking here with that. But really, what we want is your input. we will have a 30-day public review of the draft action plan, which is the application that gets submitted to HUD. It's very process-oriented, this whole process, including those 2 public hearings, and we involve members of the public and also plan to involve you further as we go forward. But the reason we're seeking the consensus is so that we are able to publish that draft plan with some of the input that we received from you tonight. So what we see here is, in blue in particular, is the estimated funding that we'll be receiving, $875,000. And if you look down on the left in the highlighted sections are 3 broad categories of funding where we use money. One is administration, and you see the $175,000 allocated. That's 20% of the funding that's typical of cities, and HUD allows that type of funding. The second is public services. Typically, those are considered our nonprofits where we provide funding. No more than 15% of the yearly allocation can go to that. For this particular scenario, it would be $131,000 that we could allocate to fund Martha's Village and Kitchen, Inland Fair Housing and Mediation Board, and others listed here. And our kind of strategy as we look forward at entering the next few years that are left in our 5-year plan is to see how we can refocus and restructure our funding to where we keep most of the funding in-house, as well as focus on the needs of the council and others have identified as being important in our community, and that's public infrastructure and neighborhood revitalization. And so this scenario here takes that into account. So as we look at the funding that we're proposing in blue for the 2 nonprofits currently is Inland Fair Housing and Mediation Board. That provides fair housing that the city is required to provide as a condition of funding. So we've included that. That remains funded for this next year. The Meals on Wheels program, as I mentioned, it's actually an in-house program that's run out of the senior center that again retains funding for the city's use, and we're proposing to fund it at the same level as we did this current year at $24,000, and that's to continue providing needed meals for some of our lower income seniors in our neighborhood. And as we go down to the 3 next line items, you see that those funding levels of $27,000 is off to the right. That is not being recommended or considered here through our CDBG funding, but instead we're proposing that be those activities be funded out of our available. If you remember, we received an allocation of CARES Act money. It was called the Coronavirus CDBG funds, or CDBG CV, as we've listed there. And it's available money that we can program to fund those 3 homeless service providers, mainly Martha's, the Rescue Mission, and Fine Food Bank. If we were to move forward with this type of idea in funding them out of the CARES Act, they'd actually be receiving slightly more than what they would be receiving if we were to fund them with CDBG. And it also ensures that they receive funding and that we also use money that's available and that we are required to spend. So we're kind of killing quite a few birds with one stone, if you will. If the council moves forward with funding those 3 nonprofits with the CARES Act money, we would come back with a separate action that requires a substantial amendment to our action plan, but that's a separate action. But nevertheless, this represents kind of the strategy in consultation with our city manager that we would like to get your support on and move forward with. The next major item is public infrastructure and neighborhood revitalization. In the past, we have funded public infrastructure, streets, ADA upgrades, street light enhancements, many needed public works projects. This current year, we're funding the minor home repair program because of the cost involved in just helping one single family. The program isn't really operating the way we thought it would. We thought we would get many applicants with small improvements, but instead we're getting applications for comprehensive work on the homes, ranging from $8,000 to $15,000 just to make them livable. And so because of that large amount of money that it costs to do just a single home, we're not helping as many members of the community as we would with this block grant that ideally we want to help as many people as possible. And so the focus and putting the money into public infrastructure, it addresses a wider need that benefits a lot more members of our community. And so that's part of the strategy. We would like to do some street improvements, other upgrades in a neighborhood that's just west of the downtown, just west of Clinton, south of Miles as depicted here. It's 2 residential neighborhoods. Oops, let me go back here. This is LA Ranch and Park Paseo, representing 123 homes. It's right next to a school. It's needed infrastructure. I'll just quickly show some of the conditions of the streets. And we took into account these neighborhoods because there's currently no funding for this. We heard just now that there's a $5 million grant for Jackson Street, for example. That cannot be used in this neighborhood. There's other funding that also is not available at the time or next year for this. And so with this, these are the types of projects that HUD likes to see it completed. And that's how we would like to move forward. But as we mentioned, we would want to see what your ideas may be, get some input, some direction, and hopefully, as we've mentioned now for the 5th time, some consensus where we could prepare a draft plan. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Council.
And if I may, Mayor, just kind of to guide us through, the two questions, kind of to prompt your discussion is there consensus on the proposed funding for public services and also for public infrastructure improvements? So as you discussed, this might help the dialogue.
Great. Open it up to the Council. Someone wants to go ahead and start? Councilman Miller?
Yeah. Thank you, Jesus, and thank you, Kevin, for the input. I'm not against changing it up as long as the rescue mission and Martha's and Fine Food Baker continue. But, the other money you're talking about, CARES money, is a one-time deal, and eventually it'll leave. And I want to make sure that those 3 organizations continue to be funded, and not at $27,000. It's got to be a minimum of $50,000 each, in my opinion. That's my personal opinion. It's got to be substantive. We talk about homelessness here. We talk about food insecurity for those in need. These are agencies that are in our city that if we're not going to provide for them, how do we ask the outside public or other cities throughout the Coachella Valley to fund them if we're not willing to do it ourselves? So I know there's outside things that we do, public safety and stuff like that, but that's just because they're in our city. It would be like any other business that comes to our city that they would expect services as they pay. So my funding would be my preference would be to fund them at a higher rate. And I don't have a problem with CARES money, but when it ends in 2 years or 3 years, are we willing to take it out of our general fund is what I'm getting at. So I think that the infrastructure program for the streets, that's definitely a needed project. But then again, it gets back to that 1 cent sales tax that we asked everybody to continue to give to us, and they did. Why wouldn't that be part of it? I know there's only so much money, but this is a good opportunity to utilize that money. But I also do not want the 3 agencies that we're funding off to the side on CARES Act to get left way behind. And then as time goes on, we're not funding them. So I'm good with it as long as we can continue to find a funding source for those 3 agencies. Thank you.
I might just, as I'm still new and doing a little bit of research, I'm curious, this proposal here, as Jesus has presented, gives us another year to meet with these 3 specific nonprofits, because I'm curious to see what other entities are doing to provide. Are we filling a void that somebody else isn't? Should we be providing resources on a matching basis? Is the city of Palm Desert, is the city of Coachella, or others participating in the same way, providing services to these same Valley residents as we are? And I have a gut feeling they aren't. In fact, I know at least in one year, it appears when this money came in, the county pulled theirs out. So we didn't, in the end, at least that one given year, we didn't assist these agencies at all. We just basically took the county's role. So I think that's a point well taken. As other comments come in, we're making good notes here. We just want to do a little bit of research to make sure that we're all on the same page in the Valley.
And I concur with that, and I can understand it. And I think council member Meat will give you a little bit more. Part of ours was we weren't putting our money into some of the other county agencies. We moved it over to these agencies so that, the cities wouldn't do it. And to me, I understand where you're coming from, but I really don't care what other cities do. It's in our city, and these are agencies that are beneficial to just not only our city, but to so many others. And I think we need to fund them. And just because Indian Wells or the county pulls the money out of it doesn't mean that we fund it based on what they do. It funds on, I think that the necessity needs, and that's my opinion. Like I said, I'm speaking for myself. But I've seen the good that they've done, and I couldn't imagine this city if we didn't have those services to help. It's a gift and a curse at the same time because a lot of people come here. But at the same time, we've been to the graduations. We've seen what they've done to change people's and turn people's lives around for people that didn't have the opportunities. And Find Food Bank, we watch it every day when those food trucks go out to Mecca, and they just don't go to, here, they go all over this Coachella Valley, dropping off food at places that then distribute it to people that are in need of those services and those foods. And so it's a bigger opportunity for this city to take a lead in as the largest city, but also at the same time to continue to support those agencies that are in our city at the same time. So thank you.
Councilmember Amit, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I think it's a great idea that city manager meet with these agencies again to see what the participation is, because, my understanding and my knowledge is 10 years old. And the agreement back then was that we would subsidize our Indio agencies to the tune of $108,000 instead of contributing to the CBAG program. But I think in the last couple of years, we have contributed to the CBAG program. So in essence, we are doubling the contribution than anyone else is. But I do understand, I think that the Riverside County is subsidizing the overnight shelter. And then the case management is part of the grant that we received through the police department, I think. So I'm not opposed to shifting where the funds come from this next year, because I agree that being part of CDBG can be somewhat cumbersome, not only for the city, but for the agency that receives the funds. I didn't learn until a couple of years ago that being part of CDBG funding, that they had to report specific metrics, which for $27,000 really doesn't make sense. So I would be supportive of shifting the funding for this next year to the CDBG CV funding. And if staff and city manager believe that we need to augment our street reconstruction, ADA ramps and upgrades to subsidize Measure X, then I'm supportive of that. But I do believe city manager needs to come back around and meet with the three agencies to see who else is participating in that, and also reconsider whether we want to continue to be part of CVAG's program, which I think we joined a couple of years ago. And that would be it.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember Holmes.
Sure, I'll jump in. Yeah, I thought we were involved with a CVAG program, but I'm not sure. We can check on that. Particularly the rescue mission in Martha's Village. They do serve, and they're two very important organizations. But I still would like to wrap our arms around funding. What do they get? What do they additionally need? And right now we can do CDBG, but perhaps we can look at alternative ways going forward, because I would like to see the CDBG funds used in our neighborhoods. I mean, it affects the city of Indio, our very own residents in some very own neighborhoods. And I think, that's what the CDBG funds really were designed to do. And I'd like to see them used as such. I don't want to leave those folks out in the cold. So let's do some research on that. But really like the concept of upgrading some of our older and local communities. I drive down miles frequently and I see what some of those communities look like, and they need a little tender loving care.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember. As long as we're funding them, I don't have an issue with shifting over to the CDBG-CV funding. And in the future, we look for ways to continue that funding and even increase it. They serve a lot of folks in our community, but also that oversight is important, and maybe a conversation about, financing, from the other municipalities. I think that's a great idea. I think we need to periodically do that. As far as other funding for our grant, Councilmember Holmes, hit on it. I like to see it stay in some of our communities and some of our underserved communities, and some communities that have challenges. I brought up before a Ring doorbell program or our pilot program to our community, something that I was interested in the last 2 years. And also maybe lights, sensor lights, that are sustainable, they're environmental friendly, relatively expensive to folks who have lighting issues in their community. And I think this will help some of our communities out that have some of those public safety challenges. So, I think we're okay. I don't know if you want to, add on. Oh, you didn't go. I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem. I just jumped in. I'm sorry. You go ahead. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I think I agree with Mr. Miller on this one. I think no matter where it comes from, I think the minimum should be at least $50,000 for the services they provide. At least, seeing the impact that they have on our population. And even recently, we've seen the number of homeless people in our community decrease. And I think they're a big part of that. And also considering, the housing crisis that we're in at the moment, just the economic crisis that we're going through, I think they provide very valuable services. And I think we need to show that appreciation through not just thank yous, right, but monetary funding, and letting them know that we're going to be supporting them monetarily so that they can continue to serve the community and go out and get more funding, right? But I agree, we still should have those conversations with them. But I think a minimum of $50,000 for the Rescue Mission and Martha's Village. If you've been to those graduations, as Councilmember Miller said, there's huge impacts that they're having on our community, and they work very, very well with our police officers as well. And I think even, our police department could recognize that, the amount of funding that we're giving them, even at $50,000 each is amounts to like one police officer, right? And I think they have a tremendous impact on our community and on those in need here in the community. So, whether it comes from CDBG or any other funding, I think the minimum should be at least $50,000 that we're giving to at least those three organizations.
In fact, one idea that I've seen in other communities, because we're basically making decisions with the taxpayers' money, but we want the taxpayers, we want our residents to support these and the other cities to support these nonprofits, even a matching program. If, for example, if you wanted to double the 27,000, say the city council has agreed to fund up to $27,000 and match dollar for dollar every donation that's made in the community that's a new donation this next year for Find or for Martha's Village. You just effectively motivated and encouraged double the contribution. Again, we're trying to make sure that the community and other communities and agencies are aware of what the good work they're doing. When we step in, others may step back. So let's find a way, in my recommendation is when we do step in, let's try to magnify that impact and effort and be strategic in how we approach it.
Great. Yeah. I don't know if you have enough to go off of.
I think I do. I hear there's consensus for what we've outlined for you today. So much appreciated. Thank you.
Great. Let me go back to my agenda. So, City Manager, I think we have direction where we're going with that. So,
thank you. Yes, and I will come back to you. There are 2 public hearings that will be a part of the CBDG process. So this was just a preview of those 2 upcoming meetings.
And you'll report back to us the conversation.
Yes, and we will begin meeting again with them and discussing where their funding is coming from. Particularly curious what the other cities in the county is doing.
I know Indian Wells gives the Rescue Mission $100,000. I'm sure you've heard that probably, or that may have been before your time. There are some, but I like the matching program. Let's double down. Let's see how much we can do and get the entire community and beyond engaged. I'd love to look into that program further.
And Councilmember Miller mentioned it earlier, we have our festivals coming back. We're opening up a little bit more. So there may be a possibility to even earmark some dollars from somewhere, some kind of source to go straight to these organizations because they do good work in our city. So that'll work. So now we will move on to consent calendar. And I do have comments, for an item, which is item 8.4. So I will take on, do I have to open a public hearing or do I, no? We just take on the comments? Okay, so we do have multiple comments for item 8.4. So we'll take those items before I ask for a motion on consent calendar. So our first request to speak is Karen Borja. And may I add item 8.4, the second reading of ordinance number 1775, adjusting the boundaries of city council districts and adopting a new official city district map. Ms. Morris.
Thanks. Hello, council and Indio residents. My name is Karen. I'm a resident of the Sun Gold community along Miles Avenue, just around the corner. And because Councilmember Ramos seems to lean heavily on who is and who is not allowed to represent residents of Indio, I will also share that I'm the president of the Desert Healthcare District Board for Zone 6, which represents where I'm representing 64,000 Indio residents. I'm not speaking tonight on that capacity as a board member. I'm just speaking on my behalf as an Indio resident. Signed into law in 2002, the California Voting Rights Act expands voting rights that are protected under the Federal Voting Rights Act of 1965. Among other provisions, it grants standing to groups to geographically disperse to bring a successful lawsuit under the Federal Voting Rights Act. This eases a path for switching to districts based on elections or proportional voting systems as remedied for minority vote dilution. For more information, you can see the California Assembly Bill 182. This provision enables minority voters, including Black voters and Latino voters, to increase their representation in largely white and non-Latino controlled districts or city councils. In April, this April 17th is the deadline for the city to actually submit its final redistricting maps, which means you need to postpone tonight's reading and hold an additional hearing that will allow all of you to understand why map 109 is the only scientifically sound map for the city of Indio. By way of education, training, and career, I am a political scientist. On Monday, I attended USC's Price School's webinar entitled The Black Voting Experience. It was shared that Riverside County had the second largest voter population growth in the state as measured by the decennial census in the last 10 years, that being 19%. Map 109 is the only scientifically sound map that increases or that creates 4 Voting Rights Act districts. Map 109 is the only map with the district where 6% of Indio's Black population is kept together. It has contiguous communities and creates compact districts. This map also aligns with the city's general plan, the downtown specific plan, recently approved housing element, as well as the Bermuda Dunes Airport Plan, Cal Enviro Screen, Proposition 68 funds for parks, and many other things that you all work on and that your staff work on. So again, I ask that you hold further hearings to ensure you understand map 109, as it is the only map that takes into consideration laws behind redistricting. It respects what Indio residents know are their communities of interest and accounts for the population growth in the city these past 10 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Borja. The next request to speak is Jonathan Becerra.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council and members of the community. My name is Jonathan Becerra. I'm a resident of the Park Paseo community you guys were just speaking towards earlier. Again, I would just kind of reiterate the sentiment I think I've been pretty clear on these past couple of public hearings, which is that this ordinance shouldn't be adopted today. It should be postponed until a later date. And specifically because this map, which is formerly known as map 108, does a couple of things. It splits communities of interest specifically along Arabia Street south of 111, along Miles Corridor west of Jackson, and along Monroe south of the I-10. Most of these communities are of the same income level, the same priority setting, and now they're going to be split amongst 3 different districts. This dilutes voting powers, this dilutes agency of the voters there, and it kind of splits up their ability to organize when it comes to election time. I'm also very disappointed in the process still not being able to produce credible reasons as to why map 108 was better for the community over the resident submitted map, and how it is somehow and it has failed to show how MAP 108 is more compliant with the Fair Maps Act in 109. The Fair Maps Act did not exist in the last redistricting, so it doesn't make sense that this new map 108 looks so similar to the last district map, seeing as how there's a whole new set of guidelines kind of directing the actual starting data. It don't typically get such similar results when you have a whole new baseline of data being inputted into the decision making. That's why I believe this body is obligated to postpone the adoption so the community could have further understanding as to how their input was considered and specifically how it is reflected in MAP 108. The final deadline is over a month away, so we actually do have time to do this in a reasonably timely manner. This ordinance would lead to the direct splitting up of multiple communities of interest, and the council is on record of knowing that. I don't believe this ordinance should be adopted today. It takes away power from the community. It continues the noted gerrymandered at the initial process of the last redistricting. And it's honestly just worse for the residents of Indio and their ability to organize and elect representatives that they see fit for their interest. Again, I would sincerely ask that you postpone this adoption and consider having another public hearing at a date that's more reasonable. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Becerra. Next request to speak is Ana Vargas.
Good evening, Council. My name is Analisa Vargas, and I'm a resident here in Indio, and I'm a lead organizer with Communities for New California Education Fund. Today, we expected to have a final public hearing and offer the community one last opportunity to make their voice heard. It's unacceptable that during the entire redistricting process, March 2nd was publicized as a final public hearing, but then was changed to an item on the consent calendar. We understand that you're adopting an ordinance, but that doesn't mean you should deny the public a final opportunity to participate. The city also changed the time from 6 p.m. to 5 p.m., which obviously wasn't 5 p.m., right? But which is not convenient for most residents. If February 16th was indeed the final public hearing, then why was March 2nd at 6 p.m. posted on the redistricting webpage since last November and then changed in late February, downgraded to a consent calendar at an earlier time when most people are just getting out of work? I've been working, I'm texting folks, and many are interested, but couldn't make it. So due to their unavailability at that time. MAP 108 splits up communities and divides them. For example, the communities of Arabia Street are a community of interest that must be kept whole so that important services and resources such as the county medical and mental health services can be in the same district as the residents who predominantly use and benefit from them. MAP 108 separates the neighborhoods to the east of Arabia Street from resources they need, which are directly across from them, just west of Arabia Street. Actually, that area is split up into three districts. So it's pretty sad knowing that these are, it's effectively removing these resources from the district and knowing that our neighborhoods are in need of them and they're in their immediate geographic area. So there's no reason why it should be split. The same is true, as Jonathan mentioned, communities of interest on Miles Avenue corridor, Clinton Street, segments of Highway 111. Dividing so many neighborhoods in this way disenfranchises our families and residents by separating them from the resources and removing them from the district. So we know that communities of interest are ranked second in the ranked redistricting criteria. And when Indio drew their districts in 2017, the Fair Maps was not the law. Communities of interest, we're not sure, right? MAP 108 ignores this important factor. So the city is essentially leaving themselves very vulnerable. I urge you to reconsider your decision based on overwhelming community support for MAP 109. There is still time for one more public hearing, preferably on a weekend, to hear from community residents. The community should be granted a final opportunity to weigh in on such an important decision that affects all of us. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Sandra Talento.
¿Qué necesitas otras? Okay. So, di como poquito, luego yo voy a decir lo que dices. Okay.
Okay.
I will translate for her.
Hola, buenas tardes, miembros del Consejo. Mi nombre es Sandra Tolento.
My name is Sandra Tolento.
Por las últimas semanas hemos visitado diferentes vecindarios.
For the last few weeks, we've visited various neighborhoods.
Puerta a puerta.
And knocked door to door.
Hablando con diferentes residentes.
Speaking with different residents of the city.
Hemos obtenido respuesta de más de 30 residentes.
We've received responses from more than 30 residents.
Los mismos han enviado comentarios públicos.
The same have submitted public comments.
Ya que no están de acuerdo que dividen sus comunidades.
They don't agree that they separate their communities.
En mapa 109, en mapa de residentes de Indio Unidos.
On map 109, United Residents United.
No divide comunidades de interés.
¿Qué dijo?
No divide comunidades de interés.
It does not divide community interest.
Es por eso que hoy en día les pedimos y pido en este momento a nombre de ellos.
At this moment, I'm asking on their behalf.
Adopte el mapa 109 o adapte mapa 108.
To adopt map 108.
Para mantener las comunidades completas.
To maintain the neighborhoods together.
Y una cosa más.
And one more thing.
Hemos pedido por meses ya el servicio de traducción a español.
We've asked numerous times for the translation services in Spanish.
No lo obtenemos completamente, cambian la información o simplemente no está completa. No ponen toda la información traducida correctamente o simplemente no la ponen.
The translation is not accurate or they don't include all the information.
Sería todo. Gracias.
Yes, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Torrento. Next speaker is it Paul Marvin?
Hello, my name is Paula Marvin. I'm a City of Indio resident. About a month ago, I attended or via Zoom, just my concern about Jefferson and Miles Avenue with safety concerns. That night, I did get to hear the group that's speaking tonight, and I'm just very concerned about the redistricting, and I believe we should be given more opportunities to have our voices heard and just considered. So 10 years, I plan to be retired. That'll be the next time that redistricting can happen. So I urge you to pull it tonight as well. And why the rush? Like, get our input. I've heard so many announcements about the yoga in downtown Indio. Do the same thing. Ask the community what we think. If it's too long and it's an ordeal for you, if it's just something that's too hard, I don't understand that. So just please reach out to us. That's all I have to say. So please, again, just reach out to us and get us involved. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Marvin. Next speaker is Jesus Perez.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and community. I'm Dr. Jesus Perez. I'm an educator of over 25 years. I'm a resident of Cerro Lago community. I've been a member of Indio for now close to 17, 18 years. And just recently, I feel I'm a well-informed individual, but unfortunately, I never got involved with this district thing concept. And what brought me here today was a simple concept that I felt needed to be addressed, and the concept is of respect. As I understand that these maps are being formulated, I believe that the council has hired a consultant to do so. And in doing so, that's your decision is being made upon that map. But yet there is a community group that is asking to be heard And yet that's not being granted. And I find that very disrespectful by individuals that are being voted upon to serve us. So I ask for you to really reconsider your decision tonight. And I'm not here to endorse any map at this point because I need to be more informed. But at the very least, one thing that I was able to do today is give them my respect to listen to what they have to say. And I'm also willing to listen to the map or look at the map that the consultant has provided. And then from there, I can make an informed decision as to which map I would endorse. So I ask the same of this council to really genuinely look at the recommendations that this community is asking for you to do. Thank you very much. Have a nice evening.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Sanchez, we have a speaker online.
Yes, we have Christian Rodriguez Ceja. Give me 1 minute. Christian, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Christian Rodriguez Ceja. I'm a resident of Indio. I am also a member of the Indio Planning Commission appointed by Councilmember Ortiz and approved unanimously by this council. I am a community associate for an international community development nonprofit that specializes in design and urban planning. I am also a board member of a local nonprofit that has been contributing to the distributions of millions of dollars in COVID relief funds in the East Valley, in addition to their work in environmental justice, restorative justice, and youth leadership development. I have managed many infrastructure projects in the area and have worked with different levels of government, from cities, county, state agencies to federal representatives. And lastly, I am a member of Indio resident group, Indio Organizing Power, which is in the capacity that I come to speak to you today. Collectively, with all my different hats, I represent tens of thousands of community members and stand here today to speak on their behalf. The community has brought a map forward that is considered economic centers, communities of interest, housing burden needs, environmental impacts, and disadvantaged communities. The amount of political science that went into the development of Map 109 should be admired and looked at as an example of what adequate community engagement looks like. You have heard from us hundreds of times, and you still refuse to do what the Voting Rights Act intended to implement, which is the voices of the community defining district maps. I have firsthand seen the complete disregard of community concerns from everyone other than Councilmember Ortiz. I urge you to do the right thing and deny adopting 108 that only gives you the false sense of securing re-election, and instead take your time, reconsider 109, and see why hundreds of community members are coming to you and saying, this is the map we want. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Ceja. Do you have any further comments?
I have no more comments, Mayor.
I have no more requests to speak. Does anyone want to pull the item?
Yeah, I'll pull 8.4.
Okay. Well, I can take a motion on the rest of the items, and
Or you can discuss 8.4.
well, I think actually, let's discuss 8.4. Item is pulled by the Mayor Pro Tem. We'll go that route, and after that, I'll entertain a motion.
I have a question for council. So what is the reasoning for pulling the neighborhoods in North Indio next to Shadow Hills into District 3?
Well, I mean, Mayor Pro Tem, I believe we're not accountable to any council member up here. So if you have a question, I think that would be directed towards staff or the city attorney.
I mean, if you don't want to answer, that's fine, but
I think one question, I apologize for interrupting, that perhaps the city attorney can best opine on is map 108 that has been presented. Is it compliant with all federal, state laws, including the requirements set forth by the state? And that, I think, is a partial answer to your question.
No, I'm looking for the reasoning why we would move that neighborhood into District 3. Like, well, what is our reasoning following those state regulations? Because we're moving neighborhoods, right? compared to our old map. So I'm just looking for the reasoning why that neighborhood is being moved into District 3.
I think this has been discussed over, I guess, is it 4 hearings now? So I don't know if there's a specific answer to your question other than there's some significant math that's done. There's some demographic analysis that's been done that we've reviewed here now a few times that goes through not only the population, which is important to the statute, but what are the demographics of each of those areas to make sure that they're compliant. The current map as it was not compliant. And that was the purpose for going through the exercise over the last 2 or 3 months. Is it compliant? I'll answer yes, it is. And while I stole the floor, I've been doing this almost 30 years, and it's never disrespectful when a city council over the series of 4 or 5 hearings listens to a sincere, important public comment and listens to that comment and considers that comment. It may make a decision, as it did in this instance, to go in another direction. At some point, it's important to acknowledge the time spent by our elected officials to listen to that public comment, to consider it, may not agree with it, and went in another direction and say, that's your choice. That's the decision they've made. It's the decision they feel it's best for the community. They're the elected representatives. It's not that you weren't listened to. It's just you weren't agreed. They didn't agree with what you recommended. Excuse me. So that's where it's at. So I'm not sure if there's a series of questions that really be of value other than the fact that what's proposed is legal. It conforms. And yes, other maps could have also been selected, but they weren't.
I think my concern is that our residents are coming here with reasoning and with data and with scientific methods of keeping communities together. And so we should be able to answer with the same. And if we're not, I think that we're being a disservice to our residents if they're providing more reason than we are, and we are still going with a different map.
That is compliant.
They're both compliant, yes.
Yes.
It's our decision.
City Attorney, are you?
All I was going to say is that MAP 108 is compliant with both federal law and with the Fair Map Acts legislation as well. So I was just going to confirm.
Another question I have is, so we talked about the man-made boundaries, right? Natural or man-made boundaries. And so here we're seeing that District 2 is jumping the freeway. Before it was all contained on the north side of the freeway. Now we're coming into downtown. Now this downtown is in District 2, right? In MAP 108. And so what is our reasoning for now jumping that man-made boundary and going into downtown with District 2 and pairing downtown Indio with Shadow Hills and Shadow Lake, and also taking the only economic center that we have in District 4 and removing it and putting it into District 2 that already has some economic centers.
Well, I mean, point well taken, Mayor Pro Tem, and it's open to the council if they want to comment. We had multiple public hearings. The community has had a chance to weigh in on this, and not that the whole community agrees, but we were elected to make some of these difficult decisions. And we've all spoken this, and if there's no further discussion, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make the motion to accept the consent calendar as presented, 8-1 through 8-7.
And I'll second that motion.
We have a motion on the floor by Councilmember Miller, second by Holmes. Can I get a vote, please?
Councilmember Holmes?
Aye.
Councilmember Miller?
Aye.
Councilmember Ramos Amit?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ortiz?
I would like to vote no on 8.4 and yes on the rest of the items.
Mayor Furman?
Aye. Consent calendar passes with the exclusion of item 8.4 for Mayor Pro Tem Ortiz. And we'll move on to the next item, which are administrative items. 9.1, Independent Auditors Report and City Annual Comprehensive Financial Report for fiscal year 2020-2021. And Assistant City Manager and Director of Finance, Rob Rockwell, be head of this.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, City Council. Again, I'm Rob Rockwell, Assistant City Manager and Finance Director for the City of Indio. For this agenda item, staff is asking that you receive and file the City of Indio annual comprehensive financial report and related documents for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2021. We have on Zoom this evening, Ryan Domino from the accounting firm Lance, Soul and Longhard, who will be giving you an overview of the audit results. So if Ryan is on.
Yes.
Great.
Hello, good evening. Let me bring my presentation up. Hopefully everyone can see that okay and hear me.
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you. So good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Ryan Domino. I'm the partner with Lance, Soul and Longhard, the city's independent auditors, and I'm going to give you a brief overview tonight of the results of our annual financial audit. So to kick it off, I'll talk a little bit about what the audit responsibilities and process is. So we have been engaged by the city to perform a financial audit for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2021, and to assist the city in preparing the annual audited financial statements. You'll notice this year the name did change from Comprehensive Annual Financial Report to Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, primarily due to the industry's shifting focus and making sure that we're using proper terminology and inclusive language. Apparently the previous title was a slur in South Africa that has been corrected going forward. So we're all very happy about that. We did design our audit to obtain reasonable assurance on the fair presentation of the financial statements in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. And what that means is we don't test every single transaction that happens during the year, as that would take far too long and not provide nearly as much benefit as it might sound. So what we do is we do examine on a test basis transactions that were significant. We sample transactions throughout the year so that a reasonable person could conclude that the transactions that are reported are accurate and can be relied upon. Additionally, we develop an understanding of the city's internal controls over financial reporting to help us plan our audit procedures and to provide good feedback to management about what's working and what might not be working. So our audit process is more or less broken up into 3 phases. So the first phase is our interim audit, which happened in May of 2021 last year. And during this time, we plan the procedures we're going to do. We evaluate the internal controls through talking with staff, also reviewing policies and procedures, and identifying areas of perhaps greater audit risk where we should focus more attention during the year-end phase. Which brings me to the year-end phase, and this is where we actually dive into the account balances and test the transactions, pull supporting documents, and make sure that all of the numbers that are in the financial statements are corroborated by sufficient and appropriate evidence. The third and final phase of the audit process is the report preparation phase. So the ACFR, as it's known now, has 3 segments in it. You have the introductory section in the front, which gives background information about the city primarily. There's the financial section, which is what me as the auditor am primarily interested in, auditing those numbers. And then you have the statistical section in the back, which provides 10-year trend information and other non-financial metrics of the city. Along with our audit opinion letter, which is included in the ACFR, we also issue 2 companion letters. One is the auditor communication letter, and the other is the report on internal control and compliance. And I'll talk a little bit more about those at the end of my presentation. So some highlights for this year's audit was because of COVID-19 and the ongoing precautions associated with that, we did perform the audit 100% remotely again this year. And along with that, there's additional work that we have to do to ensure that Documents that are provided to us electronically can be relied upon and have not been tampered with. And so there's a few extra procedures that the profession has asked us to do to ensure that we could still rely on electronic data. The audit work was all performed to render an opinion on the basic financial statements. So that is the statements and the footnotes. And I am proud to announce that we rendered an unmodified opinion on the basic financial statements. And that is the highest opinion that the profession allows us to render. It more or less says that you can rely upon the numbers as they are presented to be accurate, and you can make decisions based on them. The first companion letter is our report on internal control and compliance. And the purpose of this letter is to discuss any deficiencies in internal control that we identified during our audit, and also to communicate any instances of non-compliance with laws, regulations, bond covenants, other debt agreements, things like that. And I'm happy to report here that we did not identify any deficiencies in internal control that we would consider reportable findings. And we did not identify any instances of non-compliance with laws, regulations, grant agreements, the whole, it's 9 yards there. And then finally, our other companion letter is our auditor communication letter. And this is more or less just a written summary of the presentation I'm giving to you tonight. It discusses things such as significant audit findings, which include a discussion of the accounting policies, estimates, and other significant disclosures in the statements. And the only area of importance that I want to highlight there is just that a couple of the city's largest liabilities, the pension and other post-employment benefits, or OPEB liabilities, are determined by actuarial valuations, which are ultimately estimates. And we do audit the inputs that go into making those estimates to make sure that the actuaries were provided with correct information. But because they are estimates, they are subject to a little bit of volatility each year, depending on how the market performs and things like that. Regarding difficulties encountered during the audit, we did not have any. We also had no material uncorrected misstatements. So the city made all the minor little adjustments that we identified, and we had no disagreements with management regarding the application of accounting policies or principles. So that's it for my presentation. In summary, we performed a financial audit, and it was a good, clean audit with an unmodified opinion, no findings related to internal control or compliance. And that is it for my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have on the process at this time.
Great. Thank you for your presentation. Council, do we have any questions?
I have no questions. Great presentation. Good position to be in. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Self-explanatory. I mean, yeah. Thank you for the work. And Mr. Rockwell, thank you for bringing this to us. And this is a receive and file, so we do not need a motion on this. So
Usually you take one.
do we take a motion for this? Yeah.
I'll make a motion
to receive and file the City of Indio Annual Comprehensive Financial Report for the year ending June 30th, 2021.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor and a second. Can I have a vote, please?
Councilmember Holmes?
Aye.
Councilmember Miller?
Aye.
Councilmember Ramos Amit?
Aye.
Mayor Furman?
Aye. And
Mayor Pro Tem is in the
restroom.
He stepped away.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. So I think we need to wait for him. It passes, and the Mayor Pro Tem is absent. He stepped away for a second. So let's see, we could. We'll move on to the next item. I was getting lost on my computer there. So I always have a backup. 9.2 resolution number 10268 declaring City of Indio's intent to reimburse certain expenditures for the new public safety campus project or proceeds of bonds. Assistant City Manager, Director of Finance, Rob Rockwell.
Hello again, Rob Rockwell, Assistant City Manager, Finance Director. This item is pretty straightforward. It relates to the planned construction of the public safety campus. Staff is asking that you adopt the resolutions tonight, which will simply allow the city to be reimbursed from bond proceeds for expenditures that it incurs related to this project prior to the receipt of those bond funds. So right now we're expecting to borrow in August. And so this will allow us to spend money now towards this project and to be reimbursed after the bonds. It's pretty straightforward. This item does have to be voted on separately. That's why it's on the administrative agenda, not a consent item. And I just want to mention that it is an adoption of the resolution, even though the subject says it's a receive and file. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any questions of Assistant City Manager, comments?
So why are we waiting until August to bond instead of bonding sooner when interest?
That's a great question. We also have some other bonds that we want to take advantage of refunding that we cannot refund until August. So we're basically taking advantage of the economies of scale and refunding some existing bonds and issuing new bonds with one issuance cost. So it saves the city money.
And the savings, the net present value savings estimated $2.5, $3 million, something like that.
On the refunding of the old bonds. That's right.
Very good.
We feel the interest rate won't have that big of effect by then.
We've done the analysis, and of course, the interest rate environment is not working in our favor, but we believe that the cost savings is sufficient to cover any interest rate hikes that may occur between now and July when the bonds are sold.
Perfect.
Great. So no further, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll adopt the resolution number 10268, declaring the city of Indio's intent to reimburse certain expenditures for the new public safety campus project from proceeds of bonds.
I'll second that.
We have a second by Councilman Miller and a motion by Councilman Miller, a second by Mayor Pro Tem. Have a vote, please.
Councilmember Holmes.
Aye.
Councilmember Miller.
Aye.
Councilmember Ramos Amit.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ortiz.
Aye.
And Mayor Furman.
Aye, motion passes. Okay, well, the next item is a public hearing item, and that is item 10.1, tentative parcel map number 38238, TIM 21-08-411. Director of Community Development, Kevin Snyder.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, members of the City Council, good evening. Kevin Snyder, Director of Community Development. This item was originally scheduled for public hearing and consideration by City Council this evening. However, at the request of the applicant, they have requested a continuance to a date uncertain as they continue to look at potential financing and other opportunities to determine if they're ready to move forward with this project. I should note for the record, this item has previously been reviewed by the Planning Commission and was recommended for approval for your consideration. Because noticing of this public hearing.
We're safe.
Okay. Because noticing of this public hearing occurred prior to the request by the applicant to continue, staff is recommending that if there are any public comments that any individuals would like to make regarding this item this evening, that you receive them. However, we will be, when notified by the applicant, if they intended to continue forward, we will be re-noticing for a future to be determined date for the public hearing. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Snyder. This is a public hearing item, so I will open the public hearing. And City Clerk, do we have any comments online?
No, Mayor.
I do not have any requests to speak or anyone present. So I will close the public hearing and open it up to council for any comments or discussion.
Actually, yeah, or you can, considering that the applicant is not here, then, and staff is going to renotice it. There's no action that needs to be taken.
Okay.
And you'll just accept the request for continuance and direct staff to renotice it, which I think they already know that.
Great.
So no action on this item.
No action, and will be continued to a later date.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Snyder. The next item is public comments for items not on the agenda, and I do have one request to speak. Mr. Mesa.
Mayor, City Council. I have a question, and I don't know if it's a problem or not, but about 2 weeks ago, I had one of my neighbors to come and ask me why we were not hiring any policemen. And I say, I really don't know because I haven't been active like I used to. So he have a lot of questions, so I start asking some of the people and some of the problems. I talked to Mr. Miller. I didn't have a time to talk to the rest of you guys because my son was here. But I did talk to some of the people in the county, Palm Springs thing, and it seemed like everybody hiring policemen, giving $30,000 for the hire and giving them extra things and everything else. And I was kind of concerned because the lady told me one thing that I'm always a teacher. And about a few years ago, I ran with the money for the tax, for the extra sales tax that we were going to have to provide better service to the public and to the city. So, so I asked Mr. Miller, where is the money that we were putting together for the police department that we're supposed to have all that extra money to hire the policeman? And according to some of the things, we're supposed to have a policeman for each 1,000 people in the city, right? Well, we actually in 100,000 people in city of Indio, going or not coming. And, then I check and we got something like 51, 60 policemen, most of the time 55. And some of it not even on call. So the lady was complaining, just like I complained to you guys one time that I called the police department and they didn't have the time for me. Yet he was telling me the same thing. So my question was, we have all that money. I spent all that time knocking doors and everything else for the 1 cent to pass. That I should ask people to come and sign up a paper to refuse to pay the taxes so we can take it out of the rules. Because where is the money, or why we not have the service that everybody have? The sheriff tell me they should have only 2 to 3 policemen for each 1,000 people. And I say, how can you do that? He said, we hiring people, we doing everything, because the problem we have, Palm Springs doing the same thing, Catero City, so we're not doing it. And I don't know what the problem is in the police department, the chief is there. And let me tell you something else. Year before, Twist and Ramos and, we were real close friends and everything else. We used to go to every church. You were in the churches where we used to go and meet people and try to bring into the police department to the ideas to have, that way we have a lot of relations with the people in the police department. You were with me quite a few times. Miller, you were with me. That haven't happened for the last, or maybe I haven't been invited anymore. Maybe I'm just out of the position that I was invited with everything else, because, we haven't done that for the last years. So maybe I'm wrong, but the answer, I didn't have much answer for the lady. Miller gave me some of the answers on it. I haven't talked to Lupi because her phone is not the same than what I got, and she don't call me anymore. In case you dare to her, okay? So anyway, you get the question, and I guess Miller told me to sit down with the city manager and talk about it so I can have the answer. Why should we start a petition and get our money back and see where the money is? Maybe an investigation.
And Mr. Mesa hasn't made an appointment to meet with me. I'm happy to meet with you anytime. And no, that is Matiche. The issue, I'll let the chief just speak briefly. We typically don't respond to public comment, but important that the public record be set straight. The city council has made a very aggressive funding effort in public safety. The funding is there. The issue is to attract and to be able to hire the quality police officers that we want. We've had some success, more than many other communities, but there are funds there available. We're waiting for police officers. So Al, if you know somebody, let's get them. Let's grow our own. We're not going to talk here, but we'll talk after. But I'll let the chief address that just quickly, Mayor, if your permission, to help set the record straight.
Absolutely.
Sure. Yes, we have 85 sworn positions that are budgeted and authorized. Not all of those are filled. With Officer Romero retiring yesterday, we have 64 total sworn positions filled and staffed. So we have a lot of hiring to do. We are probably the most successful at hiring in the Coachella Valley. We're doing some very innovative stuff. We just sent a team out to Arizona State University today. We met with HR talking about upcoming trips. So we pay a lot better than Arizona, which is a right to work state. So even at the recruiting event, the sergeant made the comment that a sergeant from an Arizona agency, which I'll not mention the name of, indicated that your recruits, brand new recruits, make more than that sergeant did. So we've got a rich environment next door. Since we started recruiting locally and sponsoring people into the academy, that's really paid a lot of benefits. We don't have, we still have folks leaving for geographical reasons. In other words, they live in Beaumont or Temecula or whatever. They get their post certification after they pass probation, and then they return home and go to another place after we paid for their funding and training. So it's not all doom and gloom. We're very successful at hiring and recruiting. We hired just our Sergeant Hellowell, who's our main recruiting guy. We've added to his team of recruiters. HR has been very collaborative with us. So we feel we're on the right track. In terms of bonuses for hiring, we just don't think that we need to resort to that yet. We're not losing anybody to Palm Springs or anybody else who's offering those. In fact, some Coachella Valley folks are asking how we're so successful at bringing people on. So it is a numbers game. We had the recession that caused us a gap in our folks. So when everyone's hired at the same time, they also kind of retire at the same time. And when you stop hiring, that really creates a bubble effect and a problem that we're experiencing right now. In addition to that, some of you may know because of the pandemic, we're in the middle of what's called the Great Resignation. So all work sectors have experienced a lot of folks who have left the workforce for whatever reason.
Thank you, Chief, and thank you, City Manager, for addressing that. And to Mr. Mesa or any other constituent that's out there, as the mayor and council, we're open to meet with any of our constituents and have these conversations because it's that important that we meet with our constituents and receive that. So thank you, and we appreciate your insight. The next item is announcements, and the next council meeting, joint IWA meeting, is March 16th. And I will open it to our council for any other further comments. Have any more comments? Then the time is 7:08, and this meeting is called to adjourn.